Hi, I'm Aro.
I'm Kylan.
And we are Chromatic Dorks. We are a couple who runs one-on-one TTRPG campaigns for each other. They are long-form, long-term, and the episodes can get kind of long. Sorry about that. This does allow us to focus heavily on role-playing, storyline, and character development. And above all, we are a LGBTQ-friendly space. Mm-hmm. I'm trans.
I'm not.
We're just really queer, mm-hmm. And we don't tolerate bullshit. So yeah.
Yeah, content warning. Adult language. Sorry, I cuss. So my bad.
We're pirates.
Bad language. Adult themes. Dark themes.
Emotionally heavy storyline.
Yeah, a little bit of horror here and there, but it's not, happy-go-lucky. Let's have a good fun time.
No, this is not Fun Times Land. This is our coping mechanism. We do try not to be problematic. Mm-hmm. If we are, please point it out, and we will try to fix it or address it as we can. A lot of these episodes... for a long time were recorded quite a while ago, so we may not be able to fix things, but yeah, we'll try to get things in editing. Speaking of, since a lot of these episodes were recorded so long ago, this was before I got on HRT and started my transition, so you'll probably hear me being called by a different name, mm-hmm. Nina.
And you'll hear Aro go from like this to like this. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It'll be very entertaining.
Also, side note, we have a lot of animals, and until we get our office and or parlor set up, you're gonna hear a lot of animals.
If you don't like animals, don't listen.
We live in a tiny cabin. We hope you enjoy sharing our story with us.
Yeah.
Now, for the premiere of Chromatic Dorks, Campaign 1, Heart Song.
Enjoy.
Born and raised in the Feywild, a young Eladrin lived a fairly carefree life. In their grand city of Isolon, they roamed the majestic halls and gardens. Though their family was loving and the community kind, Rosepetal always felt slightly out of place. They had a persistent feeling that something was being hidden from them. As they grew into a young adult, Rosepetal's urge to discover what secret was being kept from them grew ever more consuming. The name Rosepetal had been bestowed upon them at a young age, for as soon as they could crawl, they managed to always find the nearest rose bushes almost instinctively. No matter the season, whether the roses were in bloom or not, the young Eladrin always seemed to walk away with rose petals clinging to their hair, face, clothes. As Rosepetal walks, occasionally a petal dislodges itself from their form and floats gently to the ground behind them. Shortly after their 95th birthday, they began to hear whispers in their mind as they meditated. The whispers grew stronger and more insistent every night, accompanied by the heady scent of lush roses in bloom. One night, as the whispering grew unbearably enticing, Rosepetal focused all of their mental willpower on the voice and the scent. Suddenly, they found themselves in a thick grove, surrounded by roses and moss. Stars glittered in the dark sky overhead, and a spectral figure stood next to a small pool in the center of the grove. As Rosepetal found themselves moving towards the figure, they could see that it was a tall humanoid in his prime. He wore richly decorated robes and a very familiar pendant on a long chain around his neck. He smiled gently as Rosepetal drew closer, and the voice that had been whispering in their mind every night finally found words to express itself. Though his mouth did not move, Rosepetal knew that the voice belonged to him.
Finally, we meet. Soon, hopefully, we shall meet in the flesh. But for now, it is a pleasure to look upon your eyes that sparkle so in the moonlight. You truly are a child of song. Listen how your soul radiates music in this sacred place.
Rosepetal listened intently and realized that there was, indeed, a gentle fey melody hanging hazily in the air around them. They looked back to the spectral figure and spoke. A part of me is missing. I am lost until it is once again a part of my being. Rosepetal was surprised by the words that formed of their own volition. What did this mean? Was this the secret they had felt was being kept from them? Just as these thoughts passed through Rosepetal's mind, they felt a great wrenching, and they felt themselves being pulled back to reality as the grove grew distant. The young Eladrin awoke with a start, the flush of spring taking over their form and changing their features, as they rose with a renewed sense of purpose and optimism. As the eerie morning light of the Feywild dawned upon their face, they approached the window and quietly stated to the rising sun, "My name is Limliriel, sparkling child of song." As the words fell from the Eladrin's lips, they claimed their adulthood. They felt a tingle as a rush of magic coursed through their body. Moss sprang forth from their hands resting on the windowsill and under their bare feet on the stone floor. The heady scent of roses wafted through the air once more, and, without thought, Limliriel followed it. The trail led through the still, quiet city, out past the outer hedge. Limliriel walked as if in a trance, reaching out to brush the hedge with their hand as they moved past, emerging with a smooth, twisted branch in their hand. Limliriel followed the scent out to the darkly shadowed forest, then suddenly felt a terrible wrenching again. As they opened their eyes, they realized that the forest surrounding them was not the brightly colored forest of the Feywild. The sun was rising here as well, and the landscape seemed somewhat familiar, but the colors were so much more muted and dull. Something else felt off. Where was the ever-present caress of the magic of the Feywild? Somehow, Limliriel had passed through a boundary to the material plane, and, try as they might, They could not find the barrier to return the way they had come.
So, you continue walking through the forest.
I have just stepped out of the Feywild.
Just stepped out of the Feywild. So you knew that you stepped out of the Feywild, yes?
I'm kind of gathering that
Okay.
I'm not where I was because
So
the colors are different.
You are in a very, what looks like to you, as far as you can tell with your knowledge of nature, a very, very old forest.
Old magic.
So much so that the canopy of the trees is blocking out most of the light. You can see that there's light, but it's dim.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
Well, first, I kind of want to just stop and take in my surroundings.
Roll a perception check.
First roll. Perception, where's that at?
Perception, skills. It's going to be +6 for you, I believe.
Sorry, this is like a different...
Yeah. You were a player now.
No, it's a different setup
Yeah.
than I'm used to.
Perception.
Is 6, so +6?
6 plus your d20.
Okay, so 22.
You notice that your staff is...
This branch I kind of just absent-mindedly picked up on
Yes, this
my walk.
that resembles a very long, almost petrified-looking rose branch. You notice that the thorns and top are almost moving, like your staff is alive.
That's interesting. I kind of just hold it gently, knowing that it's alive of some sort.
How are you holding it?
If I'm examining it, pull out yield staff for reference. Probably looking at it like this.
Are you moving your hands on it?
I'm probably caressing it a little, feeling the wood. With the little, I'm assuming buds.
Little buds, occasional thorn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. How in-depthly are you examining your staff?
I would probably be examining it pretty intently now that I have been kind of snapped out of the daze I was in.
Okay. Roll a dex save.
Dex save. $18? Why are you doing this to me?
As you're examining the staff and sliding your hand up it, you feel a slight prick. Take 1 hit point of damage. You quickly look at your hand and then look down at the staff and see the drop of blood get absorbed. Do you want to examine what pricked you?
Well, yeah, I'd want to know what the heck that was.
It looks to be like a thorn that randomly grew.
Could have sworn that wasn't there before.
Do you examine the thorn?
Yeah, if it's a thorn that wasn't there before.
As your hand gets close, the thorn recedes back in.
That's odd. Haven't seen something ungrow before. Anything else happen?
Do you examine the wound?
Yeah, probably want to make sure it's not too big or going to get infected.
It's not stopping bleeding.
Well, shit. Well, I guess I probably should, pull shit out of my bag and try to fix this.
Okay.
So, probably gonna sit down on the ground and wrestle through my bag with one hand.
You have your healer's kit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would have that on me.
Can use one charge of your healer's kit to stop the bleeding.
Okay.
This does not make sense why you're bleeding like this.
No, it's just a thorn. But, well, I mean, I'm used to magic and plants doing weird things, but
So
never seen a staff being like this.
So you use a charge of your healer's kit.
Sit there and wrap it up.
Wrap it up, put some, whatever you got on it.
My healing leaves, wrap it under some gauze.
Yep. Okay. And, so after you're done and you're, putting your healer's kit back up, I need you to make a perception check.
Okay. What is my passive perception? You didn't.
Your passive perception's gonna be fucking 16.
16, okay. So I'm doing a perception check. 24.
Okay, you definitely hear off in the distance, and with your keen hearing, apparently, you can make out two distinguishing sounds. It sounds like a beast of some sort and a humanoid yelling for help.
Well, my ears kind of prick up at the noise, and I shove everything in my pack as I'm standing up and grabbing the staff all at the same time, and kind of cautiously but quickly make my way over to the over to the area that I hear the noise coming from. Try to stay, a little stealthy here, because I don't know where I'm at.
As you get closer, the screaming from the humanoid intensifies, almost blood-curdling.
How far away does it sound like I am?
At this point, initially it was about 120 feet from you. It was close. You heard it. And so you're probably about 60 feet away when you hear the screaming stop mid-scream.
Oh, I'm gonna misty step my way over there.
You misty step
I
one way?
face step.
You face step?
Mm-hmm.
How far is
30
that?
feet.
30 feet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
then
So you see a spot behind a tree 30 feet ahead of you, and
Mhm.
you pop in and can look and get a good peek of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Make a stealth check.
$22.
As you misty step in behind the tree, you be sure to be stealthy and quiet as you appear where you picked a good spot.
Pretty used to
Yeah.
having to deal with hiding behind trees and
Yeah,
shit.
and with how you look right now, you pretty much at pretty much all times, as long as you're within the season that's there, you look like the foliage around you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in thick brush, easy for you to hide.
Mm-hmm.
So you see a winged reptilian beast that you don't necessarily... You've never seen one of these before. But from what it looks like and general description, you can tell that it is a dinosaur.
I've kind of read about these, I think.
It is a medium one, and it is sitting there over a humanoid. Currently, you can't tell if he's dead or unconscious or what. But he's currently having his leg eaten by this thing. I will let you know, because you're new to playing a character, you do have the element of surprise.
Okay. And I'm about like 30 feet away from it at the moment.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Alright. So, I see this happening. I see this strange-ass creature that I only vaguely understand what it is. Have no idea how to handle it. But it's eating a person. And I'm kind of freaked out already right now, so that's not sitting too well with me. So I get really angry and kind of feel that tingle of magic happening again.
Okay.
And
roll a perception check.
Oh.
I assume the staff is in your hand.
Mm-hmm. That is a shit roll.
What'd you roll?
14.
You got it. Because you'd feel it. The wound that was caused before, that prick on your hand, well, as you're holding the staff, you can feel the blood being drawn out of your hand. And the staff begins to emit a soft glow.
Huh. Here goes nothing. I'm just gonna, like, try to focus the tingle of the magic that I'm feeling through the staff and point it at the dinosaur thing.
Okay. As you do this, you feel the surge of magical energy go through you. And for you, it's almost like slow motion that this happens. And time almost freezes. The staff begins to bloom roses. And those roses then wilt, and the petals fly off over into a direction right where you picked, and immediately swarm around him.
Kind of just look up at the staff, look back at the dinosaur.
Make an attack roll.
What's my plus? Oh, thank you. Attack. +3 to hit. So it's my roll and then the +3 to hit. So 16.
You hit. Roll damage.
4. It's a 4d4. D4. Alright. 2. 3. 11.
11 damage?
Yeah.
Okay. You, like, just shred this thing to almost the point of oblivion, and it immediately turns its attention to you and just flies straight towards you.
I'm kind of in shock for just a split second there. The rose petals all gonna kind of just slice this thing up real
Because
good and,
what is
like,
your hair right now?
pink.
Yeah. Kind of stands out from the background and very easy to spot. Yes, you blend in when they're not aware of you, but easy to be like.
Yeah, yeah, especially since a bunch of pink
So
stuff
it
just
flies
attacked them.
straight towards you.
Alright.
And flies by you, and as it flies by, it attacks you. Attempts to bite at you. Ooh. What's your AC again? 12 right now?
12.
Yeah, it hits.
Flyby attacks me.
Flyby attacks you and gets away from the swarm. It is currently 10 feet on the other side of you.
How's it attacking me?
It bites you, and you take 6 damage.
Shit. And it's how far away from me?
10 feet.
10 feet.
Yes, you could effectively move and swing your...
Yeah, I'm gonna...
You doing one-handed or two?
Oh, I'm pissed right now, so I'm gonna be doing 2.
Okay.
I'm grabbing onto the bottom of
Okay.
this staff.
Okay.
I'm gonna smack it with the top end with all the fucking thorns on it.
Okay.
And,
Okay.
as I do so, I use one bonus action to cry out, Shilala!
Okay, and... Alright. Good call.
And that is the 8.
And that's your bonus action, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Nice. So
So
go
it's
ahead.
1d8.
Nope.
No.
You have to roll to hit.
I know. I was setting my little thing aside.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
not
yeah,
used to
yeah,
my weapons
yeah.
yet. 13.
You hit.
What's my plus? Real quick?
6.
6. Ah, okay, I see. Attack bonus is the plus. Okay. So I hit. And
What's your bonus to damage?
what's my bonus to damage?
Yeah. Sorry. Plus.
Mm-hmm.
Normally it would be
I'm using wisdom instead of strength.
I know, so it would be 4 either. But you get your D6, D8 plus 4.
Plus 4?
Yeah.
Where's the plus 4 from?
Well, if Shalala is going against
Shalala.
it's your wisdom.
yeah.
If it's without it, it's your
strength.
dex.
No, it's strength.
No, dex. It's a finesse weapon.
It says wisdom rolls instead of strength.
But if it's a finesse weapon, you can place your dex instead of strength.
Okay.
So
Is it a finesse weapon? A staff?
this one is.
Oh, okay.
How light is a rose branch?
Fairly, but one that like is impregnated with water and is large and is living or is like petrified, they're all going to be a little bit heavier.
Who said it has water in it?
I'm not saying that one particularly has water. I'm saying it's living of some sort. Is it?
It looks like it's living.
Okay.
Alive in a way.
So I roll the d8 and then add +4.
Yeah.
So 5 damage.
Okay. As you swing with your furious anger at this flying beast of a dinosaur, clock it in its head. A couple thorns fucking break off into its side of its face. And it literally falls to the ground right before you.
Alright, well now that that's taken care of, this thing looks pretty dead, and I would assume I'm able to identify when something is dead.
Yes.
Okay. Don't have to like go investigate it every time to check if it's dead.
No, it is dead.
Okay.
It is dead.
Okay, I smashed its head in.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
So with
no
one
longer-
furious swipe, I smash its head in with a fucking rose stick.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna turn around and go running over this guy and see what's up with that.
Okay, your swarm's still active.
Okay. Does it look like it's gonna just randomly attack shit on its own?
You have. You don't know.
I mean, is it like attacking the guy, or is it just kind of
No,
hovering there?
it's just hovering.
Okay.
What do you want to do with the swarm?
Well, first I want to like take a look at this guy as soon as I notice it's not like attacking or anything.
But the swarm is kind of over him. He's laying down on the ground.
Oh, it's over him? Maybe like make kind of a motion with my hand holding the stick to like kind of part it a little bit so I can see this guy on the ground.
You attempt to do that, and where you stop it stops.
Kind of like poke one of the petals that are floating in the air.
And goes back to the swarm.
Alright. Well, let me see what's going on down here. This guy look dead?
Roll a medicine check. Actually, what's your passive medicine? Let me see. You run up to the guy and basically check his pulse.
Okay.
You can still feel a faint pulse. As you touch him, his eyes begin to flutter and open.
Well, shit. Let me pull out this healer's kit here then, and see, he's like on the brink of dying. So stabilize.
You stabilize him with 1 hit point.
Yes, I'm going to do that.
Okay.
Gonna
So,
pull
he
out
is-
some of my salves
yeah.
and leaves and some gauze and do what I
Yeah.
can to.
So, as you're doing this, and he's telling you, "Don't worry about it. Get the package.
What package?
It's in my bag. Here."
I take the bag.
He like starts to try to undo the bag, and you help him and get the bag off. It's like this fanny pack.
Okay.
Okay.
It's like a kind of a waste
Yeah.
bag assortment there.
Yeah. Get the package to the chief in the village of Sumter.
Sumter? Where is that?
It's about a half-mile east from here.
Alright. What's your name? Should I...
That's not important. Just
Shit.
any dice. I know you stabilized him,
Yeah.
tried to, but no, not enough time. Sorry.
At least he, told
You realize that as you were looking, like as you're pulling out your healer's kit, and you didn't really get to really assess the wound yet. After he like passes, you look down at his leg, and there is a massive pool of blood. His leg is separated. The femoral artery is completely severed. He has bled the fuck out.
Fuck.
So,
Well, shit. Well, I'm strapping this pack on then, I guess. Make it easier to carry.
roll a perception check.
16.
Okay. So, you noticed that he is actually also wearing a suit of leather armor. He has a strapped wooden buckler that is made out of wood you've never seen before. Also, amongst his belongings on his belt, there is a dagger made out of a strange quartz you've never seen.
My eyes kind of glitter. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna fuck with this shit too much, but I mean, if he's dead, he's not gonna use it, so I guess with an eye on my surroundings and a little bit of haste, try to, remove some of the more precious looking items from him, because, I mean, I can't exactly drag a dead body back to this town, so...
No. He is also wearing a necklace. A pendant.
As I'm taking shit off of him, I'm looking at it, and I see the pendant.
Okay. What do you want to do? Do you want to take a few minutes and put on the leather armor?
Probably would be a good
And the strap
idea.
buckler?
Probably be a good idea. This place is kind of scary.
Okay. So you don the leather armor, attach the strapped wooden buckler to your arm. It feels a little bit heavy, heavier than what it seems. Very dense wood.
I gotta find out what this wood is.
Your AC currently is 17.
17.
What are you doing with this fanny pack?
Probably gonna strap it to myself.
Okay.
Is it a lot bigger than me?
No,
is this person
it's
close
adjustable.
to my size?
So
Okay.
you go to put it on, and actually you notice that it kind of just fits perfectly.
Interesting. Wonder if it's magic.
You also notice that although his clothes, like his pants, he's missing a leg, the clothing on the pant leg is starting to mend.
Okay, that's gotta be magic. I wonder what the heck that is. I'm kind of just gonna focus on that
It's
and try to get the tingly magic shit to work.
roll a Arcana check.
20.
You recall that these are actually something that you've heard of but never seen. They're called Clothes of Mending. And they're often given to special travelers or people who do vigorous work and tend to ruin their clothes all the time.
Oh, so something you would like to have.
Oh, yes, yes. In real life, oh, yes.
If I could have all my skirts that get torn up by sagebrush magically mend themselves, I'd be so happy.
Yeah.
Well, shit. I mean, if I leave this guy out here, chances are, if someone doesn't get to him soon enough, he's just gonna get eaten by more critters, so...
Now, it doesn't fully repair, but you can see that it's trying to repair.
I'm assuming that dinosaur probably ate some of it.
Mm-hmm. You're exactly right. Out of game, I'm gonna give you a hint, because you newbie. He would have been dead. No matter what, the package would have not gotten there if you had not come along.
Mm-hmm.
The time rush he put you on is not necessarily... If you get there a little bit late, it's fine. It's still morning.
Yeah, I mean, dawn was just happening when I got here, I think. I mean, time does move different in the Feywild, but... Well, you know, keep an alert, I guess. I'll, like, try to, respectfully-ish remove these pants here.
You're chaotic neutral, baby.
Kind of just don't want to deal with the whole chewed-up leg bit, so...
Yeah. Okay. So
Wiggle
you
it off of
you
him.
take the clothes off. Okay.
What are his shoes like? I gotta actually, like, take his shoes off to get these pants off. So what are the shoes like, I guess?
The boots?
What kind of condition are they in?
Well, there's only one boot. But...
Oh, the dinosaur actually ate the other boot, okay.
He ate, like, up to here.
I don't know if he just, like, bit right there.
No, he like, ate.
Okay,
Yep.
so, I mean, one boot kind of not really worth grabbing.
Yeah.
I don't feel like going and getting this dinosaur here.
You want to make a Arcana check.
Probably a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's terrible. 8.
They're really nice looking boots.
Like, nicer than they should be for some guy walking through the wilderness and getting eaten by a dinosaur. I'm gonna try to use that magic to identify was one of the ones I could do.
Identify the boots. Well, the boot.
The boot. Because I am Fey touched and I can do both one Misty Step and one Identify per long rest. Or was it per rest?
Do you want to take... How are you doing? Are you casting a spell or are you doing a ritual?
I thought I only got Identify as a ritual.
No, it's part of your spells. You have one free cast of it per day.
Okay.
Through that feat. Wait. So you... Are you going to use your free cast of it then?
Well, that would be something I already know I have.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Okay.
That'd be something I'm used to using.
They're boots of Elvenkind. Well, a boot of Elvenkind. The other one is currently in the other beasts.
Fuck. I mean, do I hear anything else moving around me?
No.
Do I
I
have,
mean, you hear some birds and stuff, but
do I have
forest
any
seems...
way to actually, like, get into this dinosaur here?
Well, you have a dagger that was just found on that corpse.
Yeah, but it's made of crystal.
It'll still fucking cut. It's sharp as shit.
Okay. Well, guess I'll go start trying to chop up this dinosaur here.
Okay. Roll a... I'll give you an option. You can either roll a medicine check at disadvantage or a survival check.
Probably a survival check would be what it would be.
Oh, I'm saying you have medicine. Anatomy.
Mm-hmm.
General anatomy. But have you ever cut anything open in your history?
Probably not really.
Okay, then survival.
Mm-hmm. can.
Oh. So you go up and you slice into this thing along the belly, and the stomach kind of falls out because it's like weighted, and in its throat you can see is the rest of the leg. The boot is currently like, the stomach is kind of shaped like a boot, and you can see it going up into the throat.
Well, guess I'm gonna poke it where this boot looks like it's at and step back real quick so I don't get hit by any funky stomach juices.
Okay, so you do that, and the boot falls out over the ground, and you can kind of see like where the stomach acid has already started dissolving the foot inside the boot, and it actually, like, you know.
I'll wrap my hand where this with this pants one and a half pant that I got off of this guy, 1.5 pant, and I wrap my hand in it and like try to grab the leg and pull it and see if I can get any more of the cloth back out.
Okay, so you yank on it. Roll a strength check, just to make sure you don't botch.
Nat 20.
Okay, so you rip this out and elegantly, like, just pull the rest of the fucking pant leg out too. And you did it with such elegance and grace that you flung it around, and most of the, like, bile and all the fluids inside the body, it's actually cleaned off of it already.
Flick it as I'm pulling it out. Just
Okay.
all elfin-like and cool.
So you have a leg with a boot of elven kind and a pant leg from Clothes of Mending.
A half pant leg. Alright, well, with my hand still wrapped up in the mostly whole pants, I'm gonna, like, grab the scrap of cloth off of it and set it off to the side and take the boot off the pant, off the leg.
So when you set the because you can grab the boot without, like, worry, because, like, it's okay. You're not gonna get hurt or anything. So
it's icky.
It is kind of icky, but I mean, what are you gonna do? There's not really a stream nearby to clean it. So
I'm gonna wrap all this stuff up in a little bundle and carry it.
Okay.
You gotta put it somewhere.
Okay. So you have this bundle of clothing, pair of boots wrapped up in it.
Real quick, I'm gonna, like, take a look inside this fanny pack I've got on, because it seems kind of like lightweight here. I want to see if
The fanny pack actually only feels like it weighs about 5 pounds.
Yeah, I can't be right. He says there's a package in here.
So
And, like, the materials alone should weigh
so there's
close
3
to that,
pouches.
so-
There's 3 pockets. There's a big pocket in front and 2 small.
in back. Big pocket in back.
Okay.
It's like my gardening belt.
So big pocket in the back and then 2 pockets on the side.
I'm gonna twist it around so I have all the pockets up in the front area for me. And I'm gonna check out that big pocket first.
So in the big pocket is this package. And definitely seems like this package should not fit in this bag.
Well, have I heard of, like, extra dimensional containers and
Yes,
shit?
you have.
Okay.
With your knowledge of arcane, yes, you have.
So I'd probably assume that this is some sort of extra dimensional bag.
Yes.
Alright. Does it look like there's room in there for this bundle of pant pieces and boots?
I mean, it looks like there's room, yeah.
Is there anything else in there other than the package?
No. Not in that pouch.
Okay.
Not in that pocket. That you can tell. I mean, putting your hand in there, feeling around and stuff.
Right. Well, I'm gonna try to put this bundle in there so I'm not carrying around kind of gross.
Okay. So you put the bundle in the main pouch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It goes in just fine, real easily, almost like as you put it in, the opening like opens up to take it.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna go ahead and close that up again then.
Okay.
And I am going to look in the other pouches,
Okay.
see what's in there.
So it's currently
Minecraft.
the big pouch is in front, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
I'll look the one on my right first.
you're right. Okay. So in that pouch, you see 2 bundles of stuff wrapped up and a jar with some type of something in it.
Alright, I'll try and look at that other pouch real quick.
Inside the other pouch, you find a sling with 50 rounds.
Okay.
Seems to be made out of, best you can tell, dinosaur hide. The sling is. And also in that pocket is 5 rations.
I haven't eaten yet. And I don't really feel like stopping to look for food at the moment. So I'm probably just gonna nibble on one of those rations there.
Okay. What are you doing while you're nibbling on the ration?
Gonna start examining the other shit I found in the pouches.
Okay.
Like
So
the bundle.
one of the bundles you open up and it is a pound of manga leaves.
Mango leaves?
Manga
leaves.
Yes.
I know what that is.
With your nature, yes, you do. You are aware that the leaves can be dried and used in a tea. 1 ounce in this fashion regains 1 hit point. A creature that ingests more than 5 ounces in a 24-hour period can suffer poisoning and fall unconscious for an hour.
So it can both heal and
Knock
poison
you
you.
unconscious.
Each.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's my kind of plant right there.
In the other bundle, it looks to be a bunch of roots
Do they look
that
familiar?
you don't necessarily recognize from life experience, but it does recall. Roll a nature check, please.
$14?
You do recall hearing of this root and know that when it is consumed, it can give you a boost in a way of temporary hit points for 24 hours. Or until you complete the forest.
Boost to hit points.
2d4. 2d4 temp hit points. And in there are 5 roots.
Alright, I'm gonna take a look at this jar here.
So, there's some type of liquidy substance in the jar. Roll a medicine check for me.
17.
You can tell that this looks like it could heal your wounds. And it is a rather full jar.
Does it look like something I would drink or apply?
It looks like you could either apply or eat.
How bad was I gotten by the dinosaur?
You?
Yeah, it bit me.
It hurt you pretty bad. I mean, it says 1 dose of the ointment can be swallowed or applied to the skin.
Oh, it's an ointment. Okay, not a liquid. So it got me pretty good.
Currently, you have probably 4 hit points left.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and slather a big dollop of that on there.
On the wound?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, roll 2 die 8. Okay, you gain 18 hit points back. You feel completely restored. You're like, holy fuck, this is a miracle ointment.
This stuff's good. I'm
And
gonna
it
sniff
looks-
this. Let's.
It smells faintly of aloe. The jar and contents altogether weigh about half a pound. And there were 5 doses in it. Currently, there are 4 now.
Alright. Well, I'm really curious about this package. I'm gonna go back and look at this little pouch here. I'm curious about this package. I'm gonna go look at this little pouch here.
And what are you doing with the package?
I'm gonna take it out and, see what it is. Just take it out of the pouch and look at it.
It is a box roughly the size of your dice box.
I'm assuming it's locked.
Yes.
Gonna shake it gently.
You feel weight in it, but you don't hear anything.
Does it have anything on it? Or is it just plain box?
It's a very sturdy box. It doesn't look like it was meant to. It was more functional design.
Mm-hmm.
The lock, however, on it, you can tell it's a lock, but there's no keyhole.
There's no crests or marks or anything anywhere on it. Kind of
On the front of it, there's
looking
a
at
little divot, like a little almost like where you put something. Like maybe a specialized key or something like that.
Yeah.
But
I'm not gonna fuck with this too much.
But it looks like this package was not meant to be opened until it arrives.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. I just was curious if it looked interesting while I was sitting here eating the rest of this ration here. Alright. Well, I'm not gonna fuck with that too much because I don't know anything about this place and I don't want to die. So, I'm gonna put that back in the...
As you go to
pouch.
put the package back in, you look in the pouch first and notice there's something down there that you didn't notice before.
Is it shiny?
It looks like a piece of paper. A piece of parchment.
I'll grab that.
Okay.
What's this?
Open it up, and it is a map.
Oh, that's incredibly helpful. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna sit for a minute and look at this map.
Okay, roll a nature check, please. With advantage. You have Wanderer.
Mm-hmm. My first one was 19, so... 19. Nature?
Mm-hmm.
23.
So you open up this map and you look at it and notice that there's like little trails, not really roads, but trails. Like all decorated, it has a few settlements on it and stuff. And you notice Sumter on the map.
Mm-hmm.
And from how far he said you are, you can figure out where you're at on the map.
Yeah,
And
between
you do so.
between about a half mile, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Half mile east.
And you look up in the direction of Sumter, what you think would be the direction.
Mm-hmm.
And you can notice cutting through the brush, there's actually a trail that you didn't notice before. Looks like it's basically a well-traveled pathway.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna pack my stuff up, and is that swarm still floating?
After about a minute of combat, like, it dissipated.
Okay.
Basically,
So it just fell to the ground.
yeah, basically when you were, like, dealing with, it just fell to the ground.
So it's like covering the guy.
It's, like, kind of, but...
I'm gonna go ahead and, like, kind of shuffle them rose petals over the guy and, like, try to move some brush over him that,
Okay.
that like,
Cover him up.
maybe some brush that has, like, some moss growing on it.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
Okay.
try something.
Okay.
And, I'm gonna do that thing with the moss that I did when I woke up this morning.
What was that? Remind me.
Druidcraft?
And grow the moss spreading over it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Try to, like, make a nice little protected quasi-grave at the moment.
Okay. You spend, a good 10-15 minutes doing that. Nibbling on your ration in between, spell castings of Druidcraft and stuff. And, and you do that, and you start heading towards the village.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, basically the journey there is pretty uneventful. You hear nothing too dangerous. Occasionally you hear like a dinosaur off in the distance, like a roar or something, but nothing sounds close enough to really worry you.
Yeah, I'm used to some pretty strange creatures from the Feywild, but it's still gonna take some getting used to.
So you make your way towards the village of Sumter, and as you approach, you hear like almost like grunts or sounds of extraneous labor, strenuous labor, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But almost in sync.
Sounds like someone's working.
And as you get close to the village, you see on the outskirts of the village where that noise was coming from. And best you can make out, there's a what seems to be like a hunting party. And the grunt that you kept hearing was them all in sequence launching this projectile from this weapon that you've never seen before.
What's it look like?
They're holding this long wooden stick that's almost curved, and on the top of that stick, it's almost like hooked. And they're able to take these short spears and launch them at incredible speed. Like some of the more advanced people that are doing it, like their spears are straight up blowing straight through the target.
Where are they shooting at?
Just
Target practice.
target practice.
Gotcha. That's pretty impressive. What kind of people do these people look like?
They look like a type of elf you have never seen or heard of before. Variance in skin color is different shades, different pigments, from light to dark.
Less flowery colored than I'm used to.
Yeah, more along, earth tones, tans, occasionally a gray, browns.
And they're just doing their target practice. What size of a group is it?
Well, from what you can see, the people that are doing the target practice are about five men. And there seems to be a leader walking around, like, basically training them.
Was the town far behind them, or are they on
They're right outside the village. Like, it is a small village. There is literally, let's see, like, you can see maybe roughly, like, 10 huts. And there's a few that are bigger than the others. There's, like, a really big one. Then off in the distance, like on the other side of the village, you notice a hut, like, kind of, like, easy to get to, but, like, definitely separated away from the village a ways.
Okay. Is it a bigger hut or a smaller hut?
Bigger hut.
Okay. Oh. And these guys look kind of elven, but those huts sure don't. I guess I have no choice if this is where I'm supposed to be going to get this packaged where it's supposed to be.
In the center of the village, you notice a large hut, like a very, very large hut.
As I walk towards the town, I'm gonna have to walk by the practicing guys' village. Well, I guess I'll try not to startle them too much, because obviously my coloring is very different from all of them.
As you approach and one of them notices you.
Kind of have my hood up.
Okay. But you still kind of got pink
yeah.
flowers.
I'm aware of that, but the not huge, massive, pink, fluffy cloud hair might be appropriate right now.
They, one of them notices you and stops. And that catches all the others' attention because he got out of sync with everybody. Because they're literally like, whoo, whoo. Okay. And,
what languages do I speak?
Huh?
What languages do I speak?
Elvish.
Elvish and Sylvan.
Sylvan and Common.
I do speak Common, okay. Yeah, there'd probably be some common people in Feywild, okay, yeah. Alright, well, got all these guys looking at me all of a sudden. I guess I'm gonna try to raise my hand in, like, no, not like that, like that, out, while I'm still holding onto my staff, so that, like, you can see I'm not holding a weapon, really. And
they just stare at you as you walk by and start looking at you funny for holding out your hand.
I wasn't walking by, I stopped.
Oh, you stopped? Okay.
Yeah.
But
walking, not walking,
but
holding my hand up.
they just stare at you and just... Then the leader... Can we help you?
I just wanted to say that was some impressive display we had going on there. It's a neat weapon.
Oh, this thing?
Yeah.
It's called an atlatl.
That's really neat.
Allows you to launch a spear with the strength of 5 men.
I'll have to look into that at some point, because not too good at throwing spears myself.
Huh? Well?
I've got somewhere to go, I guess, right now. This is Sumter. Yes?
Correct.
Where might I find your chief?
Chief Nola, she's in the big hut.
Okay.
Center of the village.
Alright, well, thank you. And, well, if I stick around some, I might come back to check out those atlatls if you're okay with it.
That'll be up to Nola.
Alright, well, good morning, day.
Have a day.
Have a day. Kind of nod and wave slightly as I kind of walk off towards...
They quickly go back
Yep.
to being in sync, and you hear the spears busting through the targets. And
Just kind of like groove into the kind of in sync
Mhm.
music you've got going on there back behind me. I'm
go ahead
gonna
and
walk in
switch
this
to track 2.
little village.
So as you enter the village, you can hear the sounds of a smith now working, like the of the bellows nearby. Next to the smith that catches your attention, you see what looks to be like almost like basically the atlatl smith, like the woodworker, and he also makes the armor. And you also notice some people going in and out of this medium-sized hut. Going in, see some people go in and come out with some stuff. Like they go in empty-handed, come out with their arms.
Come out with...
Like things in their arms. Best you can recollect, it seems like it would be a store of some kind.
kind of stuff are they coming out with?
It's in packages, so you can't see.
Okay.
And in the center of the village is this really big hut. And here's some hustle and bustle coming from there.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna continue to head towards that hut.
Okay.
Kind of on a mission. I don't want to be carrying around dead guys' stuff too long and making people upset. So.
Okay. As you approach the hut, you hear more of the commotion going on inside. Make a perception check.
$15.
You make out a word. Medicine.
In common?
Mm-hmm.
What tone was it said with?
Stress in the voice.
Is the door closed?
Yeah.
Well, upon hearing the word medicine, I'm gonna step up a little more quickly and knock on that door.
You knock on the door.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happens. They're talking loudly.
I'm gonna knock a little louder this time.
Okay. You hear the commotion start to quiet down a little bit and settles into like a dull roar.
Is there a window? No? I guess we're gonna try that doorknob then.
Not on this level of it.
Okay. Alright. I'm just trying to try opening the door then.
As you reach for the door to open it, the door opens. And there's a taller elf standing there, darker skin. What?
Is this where the chief is?
Yes.
I'm supposed to deliver something, but I heard something about medicine.
You're not the regular guy. Where's R2?
Is that the name of the guy that was wearing this stuff?
That looks like his stuff. Yes. I recognize that armor.
There was some strange creature I don't recognize.
No time. Come on in. You said you have the package?
I do. And I start
He escorts you inside, calls out to Chief Nola. Chief Nola, apparently R2 had some trouble. And, I didn't catch your name.
Limliriel?
Limliriel here basically is here to deliver the package.
And pulling it out.
As you enter into the hut and, take time to look around, you see what best you can say. Everybody that you didn't see outside from the village is in the village hut right now, talking.
So this must be some kind of center where politics are done of some kind.
It's almost like a town hall / inn / chief
community
hut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Common hut. Yeah, but it's also the chief's hut.
So I saw the one elf. What does everybody else look like? 'Cause
most people are, as far as you can tell, they're younger. I mean, there's a few children in there. But not many. And for the most part, there doesn't seem to be any elderly elves except for the chief. As he escorts you up closer to the chief, you notice that there's this elderly woman sitting in this chair. Long, flowing silver hair. Like, from your knowledge of elves, she would look to be almost over 1,000.
She's very ancient looking. I bow low as I approach her.
No time for that. You said you had the package.
That I do, and I...
Can I have it?
Yes. Here.
She takes it from you, takes her ring, pushes into the lock.
Ooh, neat.
Lock. Here's some basic mechanisms, but not anything too fabricant. And it just kind of slides open. And she hands it off to a gentleman, and he quickly runs out of that hut and somewhere you don't know. Thank you very much.
I hope I got here in time.
Me too.
I'm sorry for the guy who was supposed to bring it.
What happened?
I heard something in the forest, and when I got there, there's this giant lizard thing eating him, and I tried to save him, and he managed.
Pteranodon.
He managed to tell me to get this to you. Pteranodon.
Yes, they're common in these parts. That's unfortunate. Usually, R2's better at hiding. I wonder what caused this. Anyways, that's besides the point. Thank you very much for delivering that package. Just to subdue your curiosity, it was medicine.
I heard something about medicine outside while I was standing outside.
Yes, there is some sort of illness that plagues our tribe.
What type of illness? Is there any way I can be of assistance? I know plants.
Well, possibly, but we have someone working on it right now. In the meantime, you're welcome to stay here for the evening. Way of saying thanks. And, if you are interested in helping, we could go see the village shaman.
I would be interested in that. I mean, I don't have much else to do at the moment, and would like to stay busy. I know we're in the town of Sumter, but I know this is a crazy question. Where are we? Where is Sumter? I'm kind of lost.
You as well as the rest of us.
You're all lost?
We one day awoke and we were here in this plane.
All of you? Were you...
The village.
The whole village got transported somewhere. Where were you before?
In the land of Eberron. We used to be wood elves.
All of you?
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been here?
At least 10 generations.
Wow. And
That's only really about 100 years. We don't live as long as we used to.
you mean the people who were originally part of the village lost lifespan, or...
They're no longer with us except for the chief.
Minecraft, you're ridiculous. Well, I guess first things first, I should probably set some things down somewhere. Where should I be staying while I'm here?
He points over into a area of the hut behind like a divider.
Alright, thank you.
You notice that there's dividers along the walls now and looks to be like rooms.
Okay. Well, I'm
If you're
gonna
looking
go set some of my things down so I'm not walking with everything strapped to me through your village. And is there anyone I can pass R2's belongings on to? I tried to gather what I could just in case something did get to him.
It's best if you keep them. He was almost to the end of his lifespan anyways.
Did he look old? What do you mean the end of his lifespan? How old are you living?
Well, me, no, the chief, seems to be unaffected by the area. but over the last 100 years or so, I have watched any elf that seems to we age from a baby to adulthood in a time span of about 2 years since we've been here.
What? That's...
The average lifespan for an elf here is 10 to 15 years.
So...
How old do you think I am?
I imagine he looks like he's in his 30s?
Her? Chief?
Or the chief.
Yeah.
Who's ancient looking. Hundreds of years, maybe 1,000.
When I arrived here, I was a child. I am currently 130.
You're not that much older than me. Is this the illness that you speak of?
Our shaman has knowledge of an ointment that he has discovered from local plants. It seems to help some more than others. Extend their lifespan.
What kind of ointment? Is it like this stuff right here?
Exactly.
So it only helps some people.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it helps everybody a little bit.
But only some it helps any meaningful amount. Well, what's the problem with getting enough of the ointment then?
We've about picked this area dry, and so it has to be traveled farther and farther away from the village.
Which means it takes longer and longer to get here.
And
which with your lifespan...
farther away we get from the village, the dangerous it becomes.
So the village area is safe?
Seems to be. We don't understand why. But unfortunately there never seems to be more than 50 of us at a time.
It stays an even 50.
It fluctuates here and there, but we can never seem to increase past that number. Currently, there are 42 of us.
That is very concerning. It's very concerning. Well, I guess if you'd like to go talk to the shaman, I'm okay with doing that. I really at a loss as to what to do here.
Well,
other than, I mean, if you want this ointment, please.
No, you hold on to that for now. We can spare that one.
It's already helped me out today, so it is appreciated. Thank you.
Yes, go see the shaman, and after you're done speaking with him, please return. I may have a task for you.
Alright,
You seem to be somewhat resourceful since you, like you killed this beast?
yeah.
Yeah, you seem to be somewhat resourceful. It usually takes our hunting party to down one of those.
I've never really battled anything before. I've never killed anything. I don't know. I just came of age, and it seems like magic is surrounding me, so...
Oh, it is.
it's still taking some getting used to. Where might I find this shaman?
In the hut outside of the village.
The one that's separated off?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, and I shall return when I'm done there. So I bow again. Kind of really bummed out that this lady's not that much older than me. Feel bad. And as I leave, kind of look at everybody sitting around, and I just
Now that you
kind
realize...
of filled with dread, man.
Your elven kin... Make a perception check.
$14.
You don't notice anything. It's very high DC.
Well, I'm gonna kind of just walk out, try to make my way through the village without disturbing too many people.
You're new in the village, so obviously when you do see people, they look and stare and
Yeah, I'm
try to make of you what you are, and
totally different than them. They're a very insular community, it seems, and I am definitely different. And God, it feels like kind of walking through a fucking quarantine camp or a refugee camp. Like, I know they're trying to live their lives as best they can, but it's kind of stressful for me, man. I'm just gonna quietly make my way out to the
to the shaman's hut.
out to the shaman's house.
Okay.
Would you like to go out for a smoke?
Where are they at? We gotta roll them. Where's the smoke stuff? Okay. Yeah, we can go out for a smoke. We can also take care of the shaman's hut real quick.
Okay.
Alright, let's go. So you make your way to the shaman's hut.
Mm-hmm. Is there a door?
There is a door.
You say a hut, I have to ask.
There is a
Some
door.
huts don't have
I know,
doors.
there is a door on this one.
Okay. Well, gonna go knock on this door. Gently. Respectfully.
You hear some commotion on the other side of the door. And, you have the door open and you look out and don't see anyone. And you look down and notice a very, very small elf.
A small elf? Like,
Yeah, about 2 feet tall.
is this a child? Can't really tell.
You don't know.
Well, this is the shaman, and it doesn't matter how big or small you
Opens
are.
the door and... What? I'm busy.
I was told I could come talk to you about what's going on here and how it might help.
I can talk while I work. Come on in. And you are?
Limliriel?
I'm Keo.
Keo, nice to meet you.
No time for formalities. He gets back to work. So, what can I do for you? And make a perception check.
Jesus Christ, you're going in dice jail.
What'd you get?
10.
Barely made it. Like, barely made it. You notice on the table that he is working on that package, the container. And he's pulling things out of it.
Kind of just want to watch over his head, not over his shoulders, because, I mean...
You recognize that it's a bunch of those leaves and roots.
Do those make the ointment?
Yes, but it requires special preparation.
I would think so. They're not... They don't really do that same effect on their own. Do you mind if I watch you? I'm a bit of an herbalist myself.
I don't mind.
Thank you.
Continues working. Now what brings you to our village?
Well, other than delivering that package, I'm not really sure what brings me to the area. I kind of just...
You're one of those.
There's more. Do people just appear here?
Seems to be the way.
And everyone's just stuck here. No one ever leaves?
This is their village, and, no. It's best if they just stay. It's not safe out there.
Are you not a part of the village?
I'm from here.
Were you here when they got here?
Yes.
And you're aging fine?
Correct.
Were you always this small? Sorry. I'm used to elves being a little taller.
I am a special breed of, I guess to you would call it an elf. There's usually only an existence at a time, well, there can only be an existence at a time, 5 of us. And this happens to be my region.
That sounds very interesting, and I would love to circle back to that at some point when you are less occupied.
You better be taking notes on all this shit, because no way I'm going to remember all of it.
Uh-huh. Well, there's this wonderful thing called a recorder, and I will be going through and editing these episodes.
Yeah. So, anyways.
So does everyone who just appears around here stay at the village, or do some of them wander off elsewhere?
Some people leave.
And I'm assuming it doesn't end well.
Not really.
How does the village get supplies?
We have our ways. Foraging, harvesting from the animals. The village has mastered the art of a weapon that is native to our land. And they are able to pierce through the hides of the dinosaurs.
I noticed those on the way into town. They were pretty neat.
The atlatls?
Yes.
Yes. If you stick around, I'm sure you could learn.
Well, I don't exactly have anywhere to go right now. I'm pretty young myself and not currently very well equipped to just go out in some very dangerous wilds that I know nothing about.
Well, if you plan on sticking around for a little bit, you could help us with a few things. Spring is upon us, and we do actually have a regular festival. The one thing about these elves that are stuck here, they have been very open to the ways of life in this realm. And there is a cave nearby where we age our wine. The fungus in there emits an aroma that pierces the barrels, and it... best wine you will ever try.
That sounds fantastic.
And with R2 being no longer with us, we could definitely use someone to get it for us.
Well, I do understand that the numbers here are really limited, and with one pair of hands gone, that is a lot of work to have someone fill in for. So, well, as long as I'm staying here and using the village's resources, I don't mind helping where I can.
Well, that's good. You can hold on to R2's belongings. It looks like you picked him fairly clean.
I didn't want anything that some family members might want returned to get eaten by more of those pteranodons or whatever's out there.
Did you have that necklace?
Did I have it?
The one that he was wearing?
Yes, it's in the bundle.
Okay. You can go ahead and keep all that stuff. That necklace, it'll protect you against diseases and poisons.
Okay. There's really no next of kin here. I'm guessing with how everyone ages here, families don't get established like I'm used to.
We don't get attached too much.
Yeah.
We're more one big family.
That makes sense. Can see that.
At least,
Great Hall.
For the village.
Mm-hmm.
But we are also could definitely use another hand, because I heard that you took on a pteranodon by yourself.
I did. I'm not really sure how I did what I did, but I'm thankful to be standing here in front of you today.
Maybe you could go talk to Recall.
Recall?
Yes.
Okay.
He was the one that you probably spoke to as you entered the village.
The one of the people with the atlatls.
Yes.
Okay.
Essentially the commander.
Oh, okay. Well, I will make sure to go chat with him about...
They're planning on leaving tomorrow to obtain food and more materials from the animals.
Do you think you'd be interested in knowing where the one I found was? For harvesting or anything?
You could bring it up. I'm sure he wouldn't mind, because if that's where an attack was, he needs to go clear out a nest.
Oh no.
Where there's one, there's more.
Some of those types of creatures. Okay. Well, is he using magic to make this ointment, or is he just like doing a lot of herbalism stuff?
It's a lot of herbalism, just special techniques.
I'm sitting there watching over him like a
So,
hawk as best I can.
You notice that he's got a bunch of different timers, like hourglasses, okay, to represent like 30 seconds, a minute,
Like the set I wanted to get on Amazon.
5 minutes, okay? And so you notice that, like, he had to throw in the roots in boiling water and then bring them out, and he was beating on them. Then he had to throw them back in the boiling water. Threw in the petals, or the leaves, okay? And cooked that for about 10 minutes. Then he added a special ingredient you do not recognize. And it was like a cube of stuff, and you put it in there and it melted. And he then sets it aside after it's done cooking. And so once he's done, because he's talking to you while he's working and all this stuff, and once he's done, he's like, there, that'll be done in a week.
Has to sit and rest for a week?
Yes.
Interesting. Well, I'm glad I could get those to you then. Thanks for letting me watch and talk. I don't want to bother you too much, so.
Well, go speak with the, Rico, and, I'm sure he can, help you tomorrow go find the cave, and, maybe you guys can do a few birds with one stone.
Possibly. Well, thank you for your time, Q, and, have a day.
Have a day.
Alright. Well, I will turn and leave and attempt to keep the rose petals from my hair from fucking glittering all over the ground, but
As you
kept
turn,
kind of like try to kick him
one
out the door
floats
with
and
me.
he plucks it out of the air, puts it in a little container.
What
Once
time?
you're done tomorrow, come back. You and I need to have a talk.
I will do that. I kind of nod and respectfully turn and shut the door. What time is it when I'm outside? Looking around.
It is roughly around noon.
Okay.
You,
As I'm walking up on the town, do I see, like, anywhere I might be able to purchase food? Do I
Well,
have money?
actually, oh, there was 37 gold in that pouch.
I figured I'd have some gold. Of course, it's total, like, Feywild gold,
Yeah.
but, you know.
So you notice as you approach the village some hustle and bustle. It looks like they're starting the fire, and you notice like a few, like two guys. They're coming out with one in front, one in back, and on the thing, on the it's like a spigot running through this animal. And you notice it's one of those dinosaurs you killed this morning.
Alright. So it looks like they're gonna eat that thing. Good to know. I was wondering, but I kind of
It's
didn't
all
want to...
skinned and whatnot, no skin on it, looks kind of morbid to you, but...
Not terribly. I mean, I'm from the Feywild. I've seen some shit, and not exactly one who stayed in the proper parts of the city all the time.
Okay. So, basically, what do you want to do for the rest of the day? They're starting to cook food, and I mean,
I am getting a little hungry. It is kind of the middle of the day, and
okay. So as you approach the center of the village, you notice on the back side of the hut where people are gathering to cook this pteranodon that was killed by the hunting party. What are you doing?
I'm gonna... does it look like the hunting party is down where everybody is gathering?
Yeah, looks like they're there. They're, as you actually approach, you hear, them sharing the war story of the battle, how they got the kill yesterday.
Is everyone speaking Common or Elvish?
Common.
Okay.
You hear occasionally an Elvish word here and there, you know,
As one
for
word.
something that, like, they don't know how to describe here.
Something that doesn't have a common translation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Other than that, no. For the most part, it's common.
Okay. Guys.
And you see Richtol with standing there with the rest of the hunting party. He's kind of standing back behind all of them, just stoic. He does seem older than the rest, but you, again, can't tell how old.
Alright. Well, I'm gonna head towards the crowd and try to walk as much unobtrusively away from them as I can. And, like, try to head over to Rickle.
You want to go talk to Richtol?
Richtol?
Richtol.
Richtol.
Rictol. Richtol.
Yes. Yes.
Ah, you again. What can I do for you?
Keo said I should come talk to you.
About?
Something about how I took down the pteranodon that I came across?
Yeah, I've heard. I'm a little skeptical myself. Hard to believe that a small little thing like you took down one of those. Looks over at the fire that's roasting the pteranodon. Like, this thing is like, how big are you? I know you're medium, but how tall are you?
It's even in my quick links on my homepage because I go to Hero Forge so much. HeroForge.com, everyone. Not sponsored. Just really love Hero Forge. I'm short. I'm probably roughly around my height, I think.
Just a skosh over 5 foot.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah, so the wingspan on this thing is about 7 feet. A little around 7 feet.
Are they roasting it with the wings on?
Yes.
Oh.
It is like literally crossed. Like there's a bar going from tail to mouth, and then a bar that's woven through the wings.
Neat. Crispy
And
wings.
they're like rotisserie. It's on this like huge spigot.
Spit.
Like
a spit.
huge
Not a
spit.
spigot. A spigot is water.
Yeah, sorry, huge spit and like so, and it has to be like 5 feet in the ground. It's a big, huge fire pit. Actually, almost looks like it's been somewhat pre-cooked.
Pre-cooked before they got it there?
Before they started cooking today.
Interesting.
A weird way of curing that you've never seen before.
Well, I look at this thing and like, yeah, it's kind of big. And I look back at Richtol and I say, Yeah, I'm kind of surprised myself. I don't know if I could pull that off again, but
You remember where you killed that one?
yes, I do.
Well, we're gonna need to go and investigate the area tomorrow because where there's one, there's more.
That's what I've heard.
And if we don't stay on top of them, they'll just grow, and it will no longer be safe here.
Well, I mean, I can offer whatever help I can. Don't know, like I said, I don't know if I can pull that off again, but
Well, how skilled are you with this atlatl thing? You ever used one of these?
never.
Then how did you take that beast down?
With this, I hold up my staff.
Never seen one of those.
Neither have I. I, kind of picked it up on my way here.
Well, you'll need one of these to pierce through the skin.
Atlatl?
And you look down, you notice that the wood of the atlatl is the same wood out of your buckler.
What kind of wood is that?
Ironbark.
Ironbark. I'm not familiar with it.
It's native to this area.
Does it have any special properties other than being, it seems fairly durable?
Well, that atlatl can double as a staff.
I mean, the wood itself, does that have any properties?
If you attack with ironwood, it's a -1 to your attack.
In character.
Huh?
In character.
It's a little heavier to manage, so hinders the attack a little bit, but because of the extra weight, you end up doing more damage when you hit. And it also makes for a fine atlatl that has the counterweight effect to launch a spear at least 300 feet.
That is a really good weapon. And, it sounds like I'll probably be sticking around for a bit, so if you wouldn't mind, if you've got a spare one I can practice with or purchase.
Can be arranged. After lunch, we can go out to the targets and see what you can do.
I would be very interested in that. This seems like a dangerous place, and it seems like I might need use of a ranged weapon sometimes.
You ever use a sling?
A little bit as a child, but
Okay. It's the same premises. You go to throw a rock, a sling allows you to throw that rock further.
mm-hmm.
You ever throw a spear? Allows you to throw a spear, but way farther and way harder.
That sounds useful. If you don't mind me asking, how much does it usually take for you and your men to bring down one of these creatures?
2 good hits. Or a good kill shot.
It seems like you guys are pretty practiced. I mean,
I myself have gotten fairly good at the kill shots and can usually take them down in one hit.
You seem like you work in unison pretty well, too. That's probably a big help when you're fighting something like that.
As for practicing, I have one that you can use, but if you're gonna want one in yourself, you're gonna have to do the same thing we all did. Make it.
That's fair.
So, you guys, do a little bit of small talk and whatnot. And, about an hour after it's been on the spigot, it's ready and done. And outside's kind of charred, looks really crispy. One of the children runs up after it's cooled down a bit, and totally inappropriately, but runs up and breaks the tip off of one of the wings and starts nomming on it. And shortly after that, everybody basically politely goes up and starts just grabbing pieces off of it. It just breaks off. Kind of basically they break off the crispy skin on the crispiness on the outside, and on the inside it's nice, soft, tender, and juicy. Tastes almost like bison.
Okay. Well, I wait for what seems an appropriate time for me to join in. Yeah.
Last.
Yeah.
There's still plenty.
Oh yeah, it's a big critter.
Basically what you gather, after you grab yours, you notice that there's so much that you're like, wait, it's probably like a whole meal all day thing. So basically what they do is they cook it around noon, and everybody can feast off of it throughout the day, and then at night, whatever's left over, they decide to do what with, whether they use it for bait for other hunts or whatnot. So.
Alright, well, I wait till everyone has got some. I go up, grab mine, and find a quiet spot and
Sit down and you take your first bite of dinosaur. And it's not as bad as you would have thought.
I mean, I'm not really a meat person, but
Yeah, but I mean, you don't want to be rude. Yeah.
I'm not gonna go asking these people for any other food right now. They seem pretty hard up.
It has a strong gamey flavor. And best that you can tell is probably because it is a carnivore. So it eats meat and only meat. So yeah. And
So I'm sitting here eating this pteranodon. Kind of remember how that pteranodon earlier was eating that guy's leg. Gingerly take another bite.
Victor looks over at you and they eat us, we eat them.
It's only fair, I guess.
You about done?
That I am.
Well, let's go see what you can do with this.
Yes, please.
So, he leads you out to the targets, and he gives you a quick demonstration. Hits square on the bullseye, goes through the back of the target into the ground.
That is impressive.
He hands you his atlatl and a spear. Hit the target.
Alright. So try to stand the way he was standing. And try to copy what I saw him doing, saw everyone else doing earlier. With his little bit of instruction.
Where's your staff?
My staff.
Where's your blue staff?
I guess I'm gonna have to put it down to use the atlatl.
Or is it strapped to your back?
Do not currently have it strapped to my back.
Okay.
I'd probably switch hands.
Okay.
This thing's kind of weird, and I don't really trust.
For leverage.
Uh huh.
Okay.
Uh huh.
Okay.
This is a big throwy thing I've never done before. I figure I can use all the balance I can get.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
Ouch. I rolled 2. I don't know what any of my plus
the
is.
Dice speaketh. The dice speaketh. It's appropriate. So you, with all your best knowledge-seeking skills, attempt to copy what you just saw, realizing that when you are actually in,
Movement, it's a lot harder than running it through in your head. And you kind of lose your grip on the sphere at the last second, and it just flies over the target. About 100 feet behind,
Richtol starts doing this, like he breaks his stoic composure and just starts, "Oh, ha, 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 ha. Told you it wasn't easy.
It doesn't look that easy, but
Try again." Hands you another spear.
I rolled a 14.
So, you,
I don't know what I'm plussing here
with your attack bonus.
with my attack bonus.
Dex.
Dex. Gotcha.
Ranged weapon.
So 18.
Okay. Plus you're not proficient with it.
No.
Okay.
I've never used it before.
So, you hit the target. Yeah, it hit not quite the outside of the target, but damn near. Like, another 4 inches and it would miss completely again. So,
Where's my rope? I hit it!
you did? You did?
I hit it this time.
He, hands you another spear. Again. Walks away. Walks over to this little, shed-looking thing.
Oh, I, try to focus on what I'm doing here. $13.
It's roughly the same zone, opposite side of the target this time.
Man, I'm gonna have to practice with this some more.
And, you, as you finish that throw and you turn your head and Richtol's coming back with a big bundle of spears and he just slams them into the ground.
Just keep going?
Keep going.
Okay. Is there anywhere I can set my staff that's safe? I mean, this thing's kind of weird and...
You want to take a moment and do everything? Set your staff? Okay. Roll a perception check.
$25.
as you set your staff down, the top of your staff looks different than it did before.
Like, as I set it down?
Almost like it's kind of hooked at the top.
Huh. Okay. Hey, Ritual? Do you mind if I try something here?
By all means.
Alright. So I, gingerly, turn the staff around. Like, please don't hate me.
The hooked part?
Mm-hmm.
The hooked part's at the top.
Yeah, no.
So that would be like...
Gotta like put the spear in it.
Okay. Okay. You do that. And as you prepare, the bottom of the staff coils around your arm.
Oh, that's neat. Alright, buddy, let's try this out.
You can feel some thorns pricking into your skin.
I wince a little bit.
Doesn't hurt. It's comforting. Almost like it's letting you know it's here to help.
Alright. Well.
Roll, this time, add your dex and proficiency bonus.
$21.
You hit square on in the bullseye. The spear goes about halfway through the target.
I look down at my staff. I'm just like, whoa. I look over at Richtel. Did you see that?
It's a pretty fancy staff you got there. I don't know what to make of that, except I guess you won't be needing to make your own atlatl after all.
I guess not. I mean, the less I have to carry, the better, right?
So, you want to continue to practice for like the next hour?
Yeah, probably a good idea. Get used to...
You use all the spears, and hopefully you're not a dick, and you go retrieve all
Oh,
the spears.
yeah. As they start getting too cluttered, I go pick some of them up and...
Okay. And Richtel just kind of stands back, pulls out a piece of the Pteranodon that he had tucked away in a pouch. Starts snacking on it ever so slightly. Busts out what you can guess is cheese, but you have no idea where he got that from because you have not seen any animal that produces dairy of any kind. So you're kind of
sitting here thinking, like, Pteranodons are like lizards, which don't make milk. Huh. Where are they getting all this stuff for wine from? That takes animal stuff.
So, after lunch, practicing for about an hour, it's mid-afternoon, about 3:30. Richtel gives you some words of encouragement. You may be able to pull your weight tomorrow on the hunt.
I sure hope so. I do kind of stand out a bit. Do you guys have anything that would make me less conspicuous when we go out?
You can probably go talk to Keo about that. I'm sure he has something that would help you a little bit.
Alright, I will do that then. Just don't want to be too noticeable by such a big enemy.
Not that big. At least the one that's are the two you've encountered. It's not that big.
I mean, they're thin, but they fly too.
Huh?
They fly too.
Uh-huh.
And they say people die and get
Uh-huh.
eaten. I don't necessarily want to be the one that attracts the attention.
So what are you doing now that it's mid-afternoon?
Well, Hugh said to go back after I was done talking to Richtol and whatnot.
Uh-huh.
So I'll head back over there.
So you're heading back over to Kyo's hut?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You're gonna knock, walk in.
I'm gonna knock. It's
When you
polite.
knock on the door, it slightly opens. You hear, "Come in!"
Entered. Close the door again behind me.
You spoke with Richter?
I did. I practiced with Richtol.
And?
Apparently my staff wanted to be a part of this.
It looks a little different than it did before.
It
Interesting.
seems to work pretty well as an atlatl.
Don't mind me. He reaches over and grabs one of the petals.
Very quickly. Puts it in another box. Right next to that one that he took the petal from your hair.
Do you not have roses here?
I've never seen these before.
You've never seen this flower?
No.
Well, that's sad. It's my favorite flower. Well, maybe at some point I can help you guys grow some. They're pretty useful.
So, Richter gave the go-ahead. You're going on the hunt tomorrow.
Sounds like it. I managed to hit the target well enough that he said I might be able to pull my weight after all.
You are,
Mick!
a little bright.
Yeah, I was gonna talk to you about that. I don't really want to be attracting the attention of these things we're hunting and getting anybody killed. I mean, I have the capability to change my appearance somewhat, but, it does come with a change of my personality as well.
Well,
He goes over to a cupboard and opens it and pulls out a little package. He's like, "This was gonna be R2's, but he's no longer with us, so you can have it."
Thank you. I start to unwrap it.
it's a cloak. It'll help you hide.
Oh.
Blend in.
That would be very useful. Thank you.
Cloak of Elven kind requires attunement.
Is there anywhere I might get some clothes that are a little more appropriate for...
Didn't you get clothes off of R2?
I got some pants. I didn't take his tunic or anything. What I...
You didn't? I thought you did.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, I thought you grabbed the whole thing.
Didn't put the tunic... Okay, so it's all in the bag then.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't trying to strip him naked.
Huh?
I wasn't trying to strip him naked.
He has, like, under, like, a loincloth, babe. You're not just going fucking commando. So,
Oh, I will definitely use this tomorrow. Thank you.
And as for R2's clothing,
Speaking of, his pants were kind of torn.
they were.
Mm-hmm.
Pull it out.
He goes back to work.
Pulled the little bundle out. And,
Pull the bundle out. You set the boots aside.
mhm.
Drop the pants. They're back to full pants.
Like the scrap of cloth has rejoined.
Uh-huh.
That's neat. I was hoping that would happen. Oh, I guess those are some good pants then. Can't say I'm fond of wearing boots, but this is a
boots muffle
situation
your
that
sound.
requires it.
The boots muffle your sound.
Well,
I recommend that you do wear them tomorrow on the hunt.
yes. I'd like to move as stealthily as possible. Buddy.
So, and assuming you are successful tomorrow, and by successful I mean you come back with your life, you seemed really intrigued when I was making that order.
It is unknown to me, and I try to learn all I can about herbalism and
Well, shuffles around in some books on a shelf. Grabs one. Study this evening.
I'll take the book, look at it.
You thumb through it real quick. It's pictures of the root,
Mhm.
where to get it, what plants to get it off from.
Okay.
The descriptions of where the plants grow, usually often found next to the plant that has the leaves. And there are all different stages of the plants with the leaves in there. From having leaves flourishing, the flowers, and what they look like without leaves. How to identify like branches.
I will give this a read tonight. Thank you.
Keep an eye out tomorrow when you're out there. If you find any.
Oh, is that something I might come across?
It's local in the area, and I have no idea what R2 was doing, where he was picking, and how he was rotating.
I will keep an eye out for it for sure. I did hear that you guys are starting to have more trouble finding it close by.
I
make
need
sure-
to get back to work, but maybe feel free to hang out in the village this evening.
I will do that. Do they enjoy music here?
Very much so.
Well, if it's okay with everyone, then maybe I'll sit around and play.
What do you play?
Peculiar kind of drum.
You'll fit right in. We have a nightly drum circle here.
Oh, that's perfect.
We gotta make the best of every day, at least they do.
That's what I would do in their situation. And truth be told, I could use some music to soothe my own mind right now. A little stressed from the day's events.
Well, there's his desk over there if you want to sit down until dinner time and read up on that book.
I think I'll do that. Do you have a teapot handy? I left mine back at the town hall.
Your teapot?
Mm-hmm. It was in my bag, and I'm not
you
carrying my
left your
bag now.
backpack in the room, that's right.
I do. I mean, what sort of alchemist would you take me for if I didn't have a teapot?
I don't know. Some people do just boil water in a pot. Well,
You, by the way, already have a pound of your petals.
I kind of figured I'd always have
Takes
some.
1 ounce to make 1 cup.
Yeah.
So you have 16 cups.
Okay.
So, just letting you know that.
I'll go over to wherever the kitchen area looks like it is and find the teapot and some teacups.
So you start brewing the tea and whatnot, and as the aroma fills the air,
Mm-hmm.
you see Kyo. What's that tea you're making?
That is my rose petals. Not from the staff. Please don't pluck flowers from the staff. I don't know if it likes it or not. This thing's new to me too.
When I said don't mind me, do you think I was talking to you?
I suppose if it didn't attack you with a freaking thorn, then maybe it said okay. I don't know its language yet. Well, anyways, this is rose petals. I collect what I can, as they seem to just perpetually be falling from my hair. So, they make a very good tasting tea, but it also has some health benefits.
Oh?
It can help you restore some of your health. It's good for soothing the mind.
Well, I could definitely use that right now. He takes a break from work and actually sits on the tea. Like the least busy you've seen him thus far.
Mm-hmm.
It's always good to take a short break every once in a while.
Sriracha.
And so he, basically does that and enjoys the tea break, and you guys sit there and you study the book. You learn these plants very well. He begins to drop amounts here and there, not really specific. He's kind of dropping on how the ratios of the ointment, but not specifically. And evening rolls around and starts getting a little bit darker, and asks you to accompany him as you leave the hut. You hear what sounds to be like a drum circle, and off in the distance, in the fire pit, you notice there's another fire.
Mm-hmm.
The Pteranodon is set off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
And people are eating and
Accompanying Kyo to the drum circle. You see the chief there this time. The whole village is there, actually. Kids are dancing around the fire.
Well, is the fire near the town hall thing?
Mm-hmm. It's behind it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop back into the town hall real quick
Okay.
and grab my bag and head out to wherever the people are drumming at near the fire
Mm-hmm.
and sit down, kind of listen to how they're playing for a bit. And I'm gonna pull out a strange drum from my satchel.
Okay.
I'm going to try to unobtrusively start harmonizing with
Roll
the
a
beat.
performance check with proficiency.
Is that mine? Yep.
Mm-hmm. What is it? Performance
+3.
with proficiency.
19.
You just easily catch in with the rhythm. Don't throw anybody off. You actually get some looks of acknowledgement. People nearby that can hear your drum.
Well, I mean, technically everyone can hear my drum. It is not the same kind of drum as they are playing, I am assuming.
And as the sun goes beyond the horizon, you've been playing the drums for a little while, hanging out with the village. Some guys with the hunting party bring out this barrel. And tap a keg into it. And basically notice that, well, it looks like wine's coming out of it. But what's really weird is it's emitting a fluorescent glow.
This must be that wine he was talking about earlier. Well, is the drum circle still going? It's just gonna keep going?
Yeah, people will come in and join, and other people will step out, and basically everybody pitches in to keep the music going all night long.
At a good stopping point for the melody, I'm gonna hop on over to the area where that wine's being served.
Okay. You grab yourself a glass of that wine. As your glass settles, the iridescent glow fades out.
Huh. That's cool. Huh? Swirl it in the glass and I sniff it.
Lights up again as you approach to sniff it. Notice that it's emitting a light and lighting up your face.
That is awesome. Alright, this wine has got to taste good.
As for the aroma coming off of it, it smells like berries that you have never even heard of. It has a berry smell to it, but you can't quite place it. You also sense there's an aftertaste that you can't quite place. Very earthy flavor.
Either that's a really complex berry, or that's the fungus making the earthiness. Well, I'm just gonna sit here and enjoy this
The wine?
awesome wine for a bit.
Okay.
Listen to people playing, watch the kids.
After about a minute, make a perception check.
14? 14? I just add the number that's over here, not my proficiency bonus, right?
We already factored it in.
Okay.
You don't pick up on it yet. You're a little too distracted with your glass of wine. What would you like to do?
Probably go grab some more of that meat.
Okay. As you walk over, roll a perception check.
Dear God. Can I roll with a different dice?
Yep.
No. You're going 20 side up. Dice jail. Dice jail, buddy. That's better. 18.
So, you begin to notice veins of iridescent light, thin, tiny veins running through the ground.
Where are they going?
All over underneath and out of
Like-
the village.
Like veins of, like ore type, stone type veins.
Out of game knowledge, it looks like a nervous system.
Okay.
Veins. But you can't quite, like, I'm just trying to give you a
Some kind of
visualize.
funky, organic looking.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. That's interesting. Is it the same glow as the wine hand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I guess after I get some meat, I'm gonna look around for the nearest person I know.
You see Richtel? He's actually on the other side of the Pteranodon, grabbing more meat.
Hey, Richtel,
Yes.
what's all this glowing stuff on the ground?
Keo calls it the light of life. I have no idea.
You just don't know what it is at all?
I don't have that long of a life to try to figure it out. You want to know more, you best talk to Keo.
Okay. Sorry to bother you.
No bother. So,
Probably finish my glass of wine as I'm munching on this meat and kind of just walk around and observe for the
roll a
most part.
perception check.
$18.
18. At first, when you look over to the fire, you see kids dancing. And you notice one of those kids is really short and tiny. You realize it's Keo dancing with the children.
Kind of smile and giggle a little bit.
Roll another perception check, this time with advantage.
$15.
Roll again, please.
With advantage. $20.
Okay. After noticing Keo, you look at the child he's holding hands with. And you didn't notice it quite before because you didn't really have a comparison right next to it. But you noticed that some of the children, their ears aren't quite as pointy as the other elves.
Are they still pointy?
No more pointier than a human's ear.
But I don't know what the hell a human is.
Nope.
Pretty much every humanoid I know has pointy ears of some kind.
Yep.
Oh.
They remind you They remind you of a gnome's ear.
But still less pointy. Because gnomes have like
Yeah.
rounded but with like a funky point on the end.
Or a dwarf's ear.
More like a dwarf's ear, but
Yeah.
like more streamlined.
Yes. So.
Like an elf ear with no point and rounded off like a dwarf ear.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, does it look like any of the adults have ears like that?
Not that you have noticed.
Guess that's something to take note of and ask about later, possibly. I'm not gonna go up to the kids and ask them why their ears aren't pointy.
Good, they wouldn't know. Out of game, they have no fucking clue what's going on. Only God knows what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And God doesn't even know all of it.
Right.
So, when the music comes to a downward lull before the next song starts picking up, Kyo stops dancing and actually walks up to you and I love dancing.
It is a joyous act of expression, isn't it? So, if you don't mind me asking, I noticed some of the people here don't look the same.
Shh. He grabs you by your waist and pulls you away from the crowd.
I quietly follow.
Don't bring that up.
Okay. I'm sorry.
We don't want anybody to feel like they're different.
I can understand that.
This isn't the first village I've encountered and watched and studied. After about 50 generations of elves being here, they're no longer elves. They'd be turning into this new species of humanoid.
You've seen that happen in other villages. So, I know you said this is your region. Does that mean you've been to other villages in your region?
Mm-hmm.
And so outside of these villages, are there no elves?
Closest to an elf that you'll find outside of the village is me.
Okay. I'm gonna stand out here, aren't I?
A bit.
I'm used to all types where I come from, but I didn't know there was anywhere without elves.
It seems like
Elves that are native to the Feywild, as they call it.
it's almost like they sever their connection with it, and time and everything is just strange for them. They age differently. It's very sporadic.
But I'm from the Feywild.
Yes.
Does that mean that I'm going to age like the people here, or age
Well,
differently?
you don't look like any other elf I've seen.
What are you?
I am an Eladrin, which I know there's different types of elves in different places that go by the name Eladrin. My people were descendants of the original elves, who long ago somewhat defected into the Feywild and cut off their connections to certain ties.
Well, as far as I can tell, I don't think you'll be attacked.
You can tell within one day.
Anyone that comes from a lineage of high elf is not affected.
Considering the high elves come from my lineage, I would think that would hold true for me then.
High elves come basically from ancient elves.
Mm-hmm.
Closer than most. So, the ones that are mainly affected are wood elves and drow.
Okay.
But
Are you native to this land?
yes,
Okay. Guess that would explain why you're not aging the same way. But you're not an elf like me or like them.
not exactly. I come from the earth.
There's a different kind of elf there.
In this realm, yes.
Okay. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, it's been so long since someone's asked me. At least 3 millennia.
Oh my goodness. So, you've had to sit here and watch generations and generations come into being and die. What do you do with all your time?
Research. Learn.
Suppose that's what I would be doing with that much time on my hands.
Make a perception check.
Nope.
Okay. So, as you're talking with Kyo, you hear the music die down, and some commotion, and the crowd starts running towards what best you can make is the entrance to the village, which is where the hunting grounds were, or the practice grounds were. And you look over and see what the commotion's about, and you see a horned beast. Possibly looks like a dinosaur. Pulling a wagon.
Does the commotion sound alarmed?
No, it sounds actually excited.
What's going on over there, Kyo?
Oh. That's our weekly delivery. A bit late, though. I wonder what happened. He starts walking over.
Join him and walk over and see what all the fuss is about.
Keel leads you over there. Looks up at you. You're new here. This is a Triceratops.
Is this another dinosaur?
Yes.
Okay.
Herbivore, so only eats plants. You may want to watch out.
I'm not made of plants.
So, he walks up to the Triceratops, reaches into his pocket, pulls out a little treat, gives it a little snack, pets it on the bridge. Says, "That's a good boy, Trekkie." Make a perception check.
Dear Lord. Nope.
Okay.
The dice wish me to perceive nothing tonight.
You notice the villagers are basically starting to help unload the wagon. You see assorted goods coming out, some berries that you don't notice, that you've never seen before, not familiar with. Normally, when you leave the Feywild, you can go to the material plane. This is not that material plane that you're used to. In fact, the chances of you getting back to the Feywild right now, you are realizing, are basically becoming slimmer and slimmer.
Mm-hmm. Getting the feeling that I'm somewhat trapped.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of feel like I'm in a snow globe.
And Keo calls you over and reaches in his pocket and gives you a little snack. Best you can tell it's cheese. And tells you to give it to him.
And I hold my palm out flat and...
They focus on eating plants, but man, do they love cheese as a treat. Can't explain it.
That's interesting.
As he hands it to you, make another perception check.
Come on. Let me perceive. I wish to perceive. Okay, I perceive.
What'd you roll?
19.
Nope.
No. Still don't perceive. This is a big perceive. Whatever I'm trying to perceive is hard.
Are you still drinking wine?
No, I just had the one glass.
Just the one glass?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, you didn't notice that, but you did notice something else. The life light that you got told.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's, starting to fade. Light's getting dimmer from your vision. Not noticing it as easily.
Q,
Yes.
what's that glowing stuff on the ground? I heard it called the light of life or something like that.
It's, part of anything and everything that's native to this realm.
Why is it getting dimmer now?
When was the last sip of wine you had?
It's been a while. Oh, god damn it. Fuck you.
Well,
Guys, shut up!
maybe you should go grab yourself another glass.
Yeah, I'll go do that. I'll be right back. Quickly shuffle over where the wine was and grab myself another glass and start sipping. On my way back to Keo.
After a few moments, it starts glowing.
Huh. Okay.
Everywhere I've been, it runs through.
Why can't I see it if I'm not drinking?
Only while you're drinking the wine, because you're not native to here. Can you see it? Because in that moment you are, in a sense, one with it.
Okay.
So you're able to perceive it.
Then I guess.
Make a perception check with advantage. You are just distracted by so much other stuff.
There's so much to look at here. I'm so disoriented. Oh my god, what the hell, dice?
You, what'd you get?
My highest was an 11.
So, Q, do you want to help us unload?
Yes, I don't know where anything goes, but...
If you can at least unload the wagon, people can...
Yeah, I can do that. As I jump up in the wagon and start handing stuff out.
As you walked past the Triceratops, make a perception check with double advantage.
Come on, please. No. What is this one?
What's your highest?
8. Plus 6. Okay, I'm gonna roll like a bunch of fucking d20s all at once real quick here. 'Cause I'm getting very frustrated at my lack of perception.
Here, try these two.
No. I'm gonna try these. Okay, I rolled slightly better on those, so... I gotta do some dice testing here for a minute. There we go. Okay.
Okay, roll a perception with advantage.
$22.
The DC was 20.
Jesus Christ.
Okay. As you walk by the Triceratops, a glimmer catches your eye, emitting from the Triceratops, catches your attention. You look at the Triceratops and you notice that the veins are going throughout its body. The same ones that are on the ground. After you notice that, and you look back at Kyo, you notice the veins running through Kyo.
Don't notice it running through any of the villagers. So that sounds like it's because they're native to this place. Okay. I'll reach up and try to gently touch the Triceratops.
It makes a slight grunt, and its skin shudders from the touch because it's like you're right next to it, behind its in its blind spot, but it gently
It knows I'm there. It just wasn't expecting it.
It quickly realizes that it's just someone petting it, and then the grunt goes from that to like a.
Hey, head on back to the wagon.
Start helping unload.
Yep. Jump up and start helping hand stuff down to people.
While you're up there, you notice looking over the crowd as you're handing stuff. The chief,
Nola.
looking at you, giving you this look of approval. Like, you've been here less than a day, and you've already helped immensely. Because without that ointment, you don't know how much their lifespan is cut short.
What do you have? Show me what you got.
Hey! It's a piece of wood. So.
Yep.
So you finish unloading the wagon, they unhook the wagon, get, Trikey set up for the night in, like, the stable area. Because you weren't aware of what it was before, but now you realize now that there's a big, huge Triceratops in one of these medium-sized huts. It's a stable for Trikey.
Okay.
So, there's a little, like, room attached to the stable for the person, Gregor, that's his name. And, you notice
Who's Gregor?
he's the guy that's running the wagon.
Okay.
And you notice that Gregor is not like anyone else that you've seen. That you've actually had a chance to see him standing. He resembles a dwarf. And now that you're aware of it and know to keep an eye out for it, you see that he is native.
So.
However, he is dark-skinned.
So, is he like short like a dwarf, or he's got like the ears like a dwarf?
No, he resembles a dwarf.
Okay.
The biggest standing out feature to you, other than the veins running through him as well, is that his skin is almost the color of night.
Okay.
Think Drugar.
Drugar. Okay.
Like, I don't know if you would know what a Drugar is.
No, that would not really have been something I had too much contact with. I would have known something of dark dwarves,
Dwarfs. You would have known of dark dwarves.
Vague details.
What you know of dark dwarves, they are evil.
That's why they're called dark dwarves.
This dark dwarf does not seem evil to you. I mean, he's sitting there, petting his Triceratops, loving on it, feeding it, taking care of it. It's like good companion. So, boys. So, anything else you want to do before you call it a night?
I'd like to go talk to Gregor.
Okay. You walk over, see him hanging out with Trikey. Giving him a good brush down, cleaning the dirt off of the from the travels.
I approach, raise my hand, and I'm sure I heard his name in passing as we were unloading the wagon. Gregor?
Yes. Can I help you?
I'm new around here, and I just had a few questions I wanted to ask, if that's alright.
Kinda gathered you were new.
Yeah, I know, I stand out a bit.
I'm here once a week, and, you weren't here last week.
I do hear that people arrive sometimes lost like me.
Yeah, it's a strange thing about these parts.
I mean, I'm used to being outside of my home place, realm sometimes, but this place is a lot different. And I feel kind of trapped here in this village. I feel like they all feel trapped. And in a sense, they seem to be physically.
Well, the only reason why I'm able to get around like I am is because of Trikey here. Most of the small predators in the area leaves him alone, being that, he's sort of gargantuan.
Yeah, he looks like he could put up a good fight if needed.
Yeah, you don't want to be on the other end of those horns right there.
Or those feet.
And that tail's not nothing to wave a stick at either.
I'm sure. Well, I understand that a lot of people here in the village are sort of trapped here because of their lifespan changing. And some sort of illness.
To them, I suppose it's an illness.
Well, I presume there's gotta be other villages, towns, cities, somewhere out there.
There's a few villages, obviously. There's really only one major city, at least in this region.
Do you travel there?
That's where I get the supplies from.
What's the city called?
Zion.
Zion. Do they get lost travelers like me in other places? Do you know?
There's a few that eventually make their way there, but by the time they get there, they pretty much have given up hope getting back home.
Do you see any travelers from other realms that don't age so rapidly?
Yes, there are a few. It seems to only affect certain beings that naturally derive from the Feywild.
Well, I'm assuming that's where you get your cheese. I haven't really seen anything around here that I know of that makes the products needed for cheese.
Yes, we have been fortunate enough in that not just people get transported here, but other animals of various species, and there are a form of cow, I guess you would call.
Okay.
Type of steer animal.
This place does sound very different from where I'm from. I mean, where I'm from is what most from the material plane seem to consider strange, wild, of course. Heard the terms crazy and topsy-turvy said about my home, but never encountered anywhere quite like this place. If I needed to, at some point, do you think I could get a ride with you.
You'll have to get the chief's approval to leave the village.
You have to get approval. To
That's how the laws work in this land. Because in our realm we have so many visitors that pour in. For them to be able to travel from region to region,
She had her claws right on his nose.
they have to prove to the local authorities that they are worthy of traveling and aren't going to disrupt the order of things.
Okay. Well, I can understand that. Don't want chaos.
Our existence here in this realm, the ones that are native, it's a fine balance. And if anything throws that balance off, everything could fail.
Do other villages or Zion have the same issue with the kind of population cap?
Zion, no. The villages that get affected by the aging always seem to have trouble making it over about 50.
So they're all villages about the same size.
Yes.
Do you know if they were all brought here at roughly the same size?
No. It's been random. And there are rumors of occasionally like a village popping up that has 100 or more people, but very quickly it dwindles down to below 50.
That is very concerning. They just seem to die off of natural causes then? Or do they get attacked?
Fate seems to keep things in check in a certain way.
So,
And I
by
can't,
one means or another then.
yeah, I can't speak for other regions. I know there's other cities and other regions, but for our region, I know that there's rumor of a village, the first village in our region, and it appeared about 700 years ago. So,
700 years ago.
yes, roughly. And in the last 200 years or so, there's been some travelers showing up in Zion that are from this village, and they no longer resemble Fae. And we've been calling them humans. And their lifespan seemed to balance out, and none seem to live more than if they live over 100, they're lucky.
They were elves.
At one time, yes.
Is it that it changes over one generation to the next, or does it affect people as they age?
That's beyond my realm of study.
Okay.
I'm sure one you make it to Zion one day, there's someone there that can give you the information you require.
I would really like to go to Zion at some point. I need to be in a city to do the kind of research I need to do.
Well,
If I make it that long, of course.
well, in my opinion, you got lucky. This is one of the few villages in the region that studies and uses the atlatl. It's a very efficient and easy ammunition to make for weapon. And you were some of the best.
That's good to know. Not every village has as good of a defense.
They made their how to work out ways of survival. But no, not every village has a way of so effective at piercing through the hides of the dinosaurs.
Okay. Well, thanks for your time. I just trying to get my footing here. I'm sure you understand. And I don't want to be trapped. So any help, any advice, any information
Well,
really is very helpful.
when you clear with the chief, I'll give you a ride to Zion. We'd have a few stops on the way, but
Of course. And I don't mind lending a helping hand.
I would expect that. So, well, I have to prepare for an early morning.
Well, I'll leave you to it. Wish you a good night.
You as well.
Pet Trakey a little bit as I walk away.
So, what are you doing? It's around 10.
Gonna sip a little more wine so I can keep seeing all the sparkly, glowy shit. Kinda just gonna keep an eye on it as much as I can.
How inebriated are you getting? Are you getting buzzed? Are you getting tipsy?
Probably just staying at lightly buzzed because I'm trying to not get lost in the dark around here
Okay.
and not make a fool of myself.
Okay.
But it's good wine, and also I feel like I should be paying attention to the glowing veins as much as possible.
So, you, as you're sitting there finishing, like, your second glass of wine, Rictal comes up to you, says, you best be getting a good night's sleep.
I intend to turn in after I finish this.
So, and that was about 10:45 when he said that.
Okay.
And he and the men head off to their quarters to meditate,
Okay.
because they are elves.
Mm-hmm.
So, and yeah. So
Why are you doing this?
What is?
Do you not hear that?
Yeah.
Okay, it's doing that only when I'm playing my playlists.
Huh. Weird. So you go back to the big hut,
Mm-hmm.
to your quarters, and meditate for the evening.
For whopping 4 hours.
Yep. And shortly after you come out of your meditation, there's a slight knock outside of your divider.
Yes.
Limliriel, it's Rictal. Be ready to go on outside in 5.
Alright. I stand up and quickly put my new clothing on and grab my gear.
As you step outside and you look to the east where you're headed.
But I ever attuned? I didn't ever attune to the damn...
No, you did not.
No.
We'll say when you were sitting there drinking, you were attuning.
I was gonna say, I wouldn't just be sitting there idly...
We'll say you attuned your Cloak of Elvenkind.
Because that would have been when it happened.
Yeah.
And
You're a new character, you're not used to having to attune items.
no, I'm used to dropping in NPCs that have already attuned to something.
So anyways, you head outside and see Rictal there standing with the other 5 men, and they start leading you towards the east, and you notice that it is the barest of light coming over the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
And Rictal walks up next to you. You gonna be able to remember where you were?
I was actually west of here where I saw them.
Oh wait, that's right.
Uh-huh.
Right.
The town was
Sorry.
east of where I came.
Sorry. Yeah, that's right. Okay, let me reverse that.
Yeah,
West.
we're
And
walking
yes.
west.
Yes, and the sun is rising in the west.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm pretty good at remembering terrain, geography, landmarks.
No,
Not to mention that unless a breeze has come through and totally blown them all away, I usually leave a trail of these rose petals everywhere, so...
well, you notice your, like, as you say that, rose petal. And, Rictal lets you know right now is the prime time to, like, move with speed. Everything is still bedded down. This is like the, as we call it, the silent hour.
Alright, well... Let's head out whenever you're ready then.
You all make your way back to where the pterodon is that you killed, and you show him R2 what you did, and he looks at you with a sign of respect because you did what you could in a matter of haste.
Didn't win anything.
The men start basically finish gutting the pterodon.
Mm-hmm.
And
Pteranodon.
huh?
Pteranodon.
Sorry.
Sorry, dinosaur nerd.
Yeah, by all means, correct me. And Rictal looks at you like, keep an eye out. They're gonna be waking up any minute.
I've got my ears as wide open as I can get them.
So, as the men finish up, make a perception check. It's +6.
12.
12. Okay. You, off in the distance, hear a familiar screeching noise that you heard the day before.
Huh? Is Rictal still standing next to me?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
He doesn't seem like he heard it.
put my hand on his arm. Point over in the direction it's coming from.
Good ear. He can't hear. He's partially deaf. So, because they're transferring into humans, they are now suffering a lot of ailments. that
Before they
elves-
get settled into being humans. Yeah.
Yeah.
There'd be a lot
And
of things
The reason
malfunctioning.
why they're dying so young is because they're actually dying of all the weird ailments that humans die from. Cancers.
All the shit all at once because they're in some kind
The
of weird
cells.
magically induced flux. Yeah.
Yep.
Because it's happening, the whole evolution thing is happening a lot
Welcome,
faster.
welcome
for
to
them.
my form of evolution, motherfuckers.
Yep. Painful. Brutal.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
He tells his men to make ready, and starts walking towards the noise cautiously. What are you doing?
Is everybody else going?
Yeah, all the it's packed up. They're all wearing similar packs that R2 had, and so they basically cut it up because it's a moment of quickness, and they're
Loading everything into their packs and...
yeah,
Okay.
and
Well, I will... I think I'm noticing that I probably hear a lot better than some of them, at least.
yeah.
So I'm not gonna bother really with dealing with that corpse now.
Oh, they're dealing with the corpse.
And I'm kind of just gonna
Don't you worry.
follow everyone, bring up the rear a bit unless somebody else is purposely bringing up the rear behind me, and keep my ears and eyes open and
Is there any preemptive... Your new character, is there any preemptive spells that you want to cast? What are your first level spells that you have? This would be a time... Your cantrips, unlimited casts. So don't stress about this. What spells do we have here?
Druidcraft and Shillelagh, and Shillelagh only lasts for
1 minute.
1 minute, but it's a bonus action.
Okay. So your fairy fire would be one that you just would cast once they're there. So the only thing that you could preemptively do...
Keeping in mind that I don't know I have a lot of these spells.
So, your Shillelagh would be the thing that you would want to do, preemptive. If you can have...
When we're getting closer to the
when they're getting
screeching.
closer, okay? So, as you guys, cautiously at a walking pace, trying to stay hidden, approach.
So, it does require material components.
Your
But
staff counts as a spell focus.
no, that's not the only thing. It takes mistletoe, shamrock leaf as well.
Those are material components that cost so little that your spell focus covers it.
Okay.
That's what the spell focus is
Okay.
for.
Okay.
Okay?
I kind of figured I
Yeah.
might have had those things on
Where
me anyways.
is the dagger that you got?
Probably in one of the little side pouches on that fanny pack.
Okay. At any point yesterday, did your dagger touch your staff?
No?
Okay. Just curious.
No, it did not.
So, anyways,
Maybe the handle, not the tip.
Oh, something that fucking Keo would have told you. The dagger is blended quartz. It gives you a +1 to spell attack.
Okay.
Which it's only while you're wielding it.
Only while I'm wielding the dagger. Okay.
So, just let you know.
So it does. What exactly?
+1 to spell attacks.
+1 spell attacks.
Oh, and I forgot to tell you that Richtol gave you a quiver to put on your belt.
I kind of figured I had some way of carrying bolts around right now.
It's not. Well, it's. I'm going to call them short spears.
They're in between a spear and a bolt, yeah.
Okay? A spear and an arrow. Okay? The damage is going to be insane. So here's the deal with the Atlatl. There's only one attack that can be made per round with it. Because it takes too long to, like...
Load and throw. It takes a whole...
To load and throw, and unless you take feats, even if you were to get a second attack, I would say no. You could do...
Not using it as an Atlatl, no.
You could easily, like, fling something up at a fucking flying target and then smack something. Totally. Totally.
But no, not two Atlatls
Yeah.
at once, unless I have feet. No. That makes sense.
So you have your staff in hand? Preparing?
Yes.
Okay. So you notice that your staff is beginning to emit a glow through the, like, grains of the petrified, twisted rose vine. And, it seems very similar to the veins that you saw last night that you were drinking.
But I'm not drinking now.
You don't see it on the ground.
Just in my staff.
You don't see it on anything else around us. Just on your staff.
Alright.
As you guys approach where you pointed out the noise was, that one begins to sound like more.
How far away does it sound like we are?
You guys are probably still a few hundred feet away. It's like echoing through the tree canopy.
Okay.
So it's hard to tell. When you get about 150 feet away, you can start to notice rustling in the treetops where the noise is coming from.
Kind of prick my ears and look up slowly.
Roll perception check.
$21.
You notice up in the treetops a minimum of 4. They are waking up, screeching at each other, swooping back and forth from branch to branch.
Who's the nearest person?
They're kind of in formation, which I was envisioning almost like a V. In a way. Or a, like, hexagon type deal V in my head, and I figured you would be kind of like right behind Richtol, because he's kind of, and he's also the lead man, so you're kind of surrounded by all of them.
Okay. And are these things like above us or out in front?
They're above and out in front.
Okay.
So they are direction-wise about 150 feet as the bird flies. Okay.
I'm saying, are they above us right now?
Yes, they are
Okay.
in the treetops.
All right.
You notice them swooping back and forth from branch to branch, squawking at each other as they wake up.
Gonna reach my staff out and gently tap Richtol's shoulder.
Point it out to him.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Because he could hear it, but he couldn't make out where it was. Like, keep in mind, Richtol is equivalent to a 90-year-old man. He is 9 years. He is losing his sight. He is losing his hearing. Now, once he gets his target, by God, you better watch out. So, after you point out to Richtol where they're at up in the treetops, he looks up, leans over his shoulder. Ready, men. Points up to where they're at. It's your cue if you want to do anything before.
I'm going to quietly cast Shilla.
Okay. Okay. Out of game recommendation. You have a robe of Elvenkind. I assumed your hood was up, hidden. Cast it in the robe on your staff.
Okay.
So they can. Did you want to ready an attack with them?
After I cast Shilla? Yes.
Okay. So you ready your attack. He gives you an extra moment. They seem to be still distracted. And you all lop a fucking spear up into the treetop at him. And need you to roll an attack.
What's my plus?
It is, you have Shillelagh going? You,
Which means I can use wisdom instead of strength
on your quarterstaff.
on my quarterstaff.
Yes.
And it has a d8 damage die.
You're using it as a ladle though, right? And it has Shillelagh going. Okay. I need you to roll a die 20.
Okay.
And I need to add your proficiency and your charisma bonus to your attack as an ladle with it. And that is with advantage, by the way. You guys have a surprise attack.
Okay, so with advantage. So plus my attack bonus.
Yep.
Which is 6.
Yeah.
Same for the atlatl as it is regulars and stuff.
Yes.
Okay. So plus 6. And then plus my proficiency bonus?
No, just plus 6.
Just
It
plus
would be
6.
Basically your charisma plus your proficiency.
Oh. Okay.
6 plus your die roll.
My charisma plus proficiency is 5.
Oh wait, no, it's your wisdom. Sorry.
You can use your wisdom. Not charisma.
Yeah. I
My
was gonna
bad.
say I didn't know
Yeah. My bad.
All right. So 16.
16 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
Roll a d20 and tell me odds or evens before you roll.
Before I roll, tell you odds or evens.
Roll a d20. Yep.
But tell you before I roll.
Mm-hmm. Odds or evens.
I guess evens.
Okay, roll.
1.
1. So you see as it goes up into the treetops, and it almost hits, but it just, there's too much cover up there.
Mm-hmm.
However, when the whole sequence of you attack, after the attack, you do notice that 2 fell.
Okay.
And I need you to roll initiative.
Eight.
8.
I don't add anything to that. Oh no, dex. So
Yeah, 12.
12.
Okay. Roll a d20 and let me know what you get.
I am rolling a different d20.
No, it's fine.
1.
No. 1?
Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
Okay. So they start flying towards you guys. Okay. But you are gonna be able to get another attack, like a whole other round off.
Okay.
So you notice that 2 are flying out of the treetops towards you guys,
All right.
and you got a 12. Okay,
Yes.
you would go first.
I would go first.
Yeah.
All right. So ready another short spear. And it's +6, so 15.
You hit the one that is on the left. Roll damage. I
And
need you to roll a 1 die 12. And add your charisma or your wisdom modifier.
9.
9? Okay. You hit it and hit right where the wing kind of attaches. You missed the body, but it hit the wing right there.
Mm-hmm.
And it starts slowly flying, basically falling to the ground, flapping really hard with one wing, and that other wing it's just trying to
Flopping.
flap.
It's flopping. Flapping and flopping.
Yeah, and so it's it's falling to the ground, but it's still coming towards you guys.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Alright.
and right after you attack, the hunting party's gonna attack, and they divide 3 and 3, and the one that you hit already gets hit, and Richtel lines up a shot and hits the other one square in the chest,
so hard that it almost like stops in midair and flies backwards. And
Nice.
starts falling actually backwards.
Okay.
With the spear like lodged in its torso. But as it does that, it yells out a very, very loud screech. And the treetops begin to rustle. And you hear a familiar screech, like the one you just heard, except way louder. You can feel it vibrate in your chest. Rictal looks at you, says, "The broodmother. That's what we came for."
Well, let's take her down.
So, I need you to roll initiative. $18.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Alright. So, after that loud screech, you see a figure start gliding down towards you. Much larger. Probably about, you could estimate, a 20-foot wingspan.
Okay. My first, I'm assuming.
Yep, you are first. She is within range of your atlatl.
Well, then I'm gonna take aim, presumably, like I assume everybody else is going to.
Uh-huh.
Pretty much in unison for the most part.
Yep. They're right after you.
Nat 20.
Roll a d20 again.
A different d20?
Same d20. Roll it again.
13. Plus 6.
You still hit no matter what. Don't worry about it. Okay. So I need you to roll damage for your crit.
And that's a d12.
D12, but you're gonna roll it twice.
$11
And that's with your
with my
wis-
plus 6.
What? No.
Plus 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
What'd you roll?
a 5.
Okay, so you would have 9.
9.
Then roll a d12 again.
3. We're going with it's wisdom. We're trying to point at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wisdom.
7.
7.
Mhm.
What'd you roll?
3.
A 3. You don't double this. You only double your damage die.
Oh,
you
so
rolled
3.
3 plus 9 is 12.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you did 12 damage to her.
Okay.
And you hit her like towards like the back end of her body,
Mm-hmm.
but it's kind of lodged in there. So like she ain't gonna be landing on that foot anytime soon. Okay.
All right.
I'm curious real quick. Roll a d12.
One.
1. Yep, that's how I'm gonna do it. Okay, so when you roll a critical, you're going to get 1 damage die roll
Mm-hmm.
and 1 max damage die.
Okay.
Then your modifier.
Okay.
So You rolled a 1
Uh-huh.
right now, so that is still higher than what you rolled before.
Okay.
Because a 1 plus 12 is 13, plus 4 is 17. So we're going to say 17.
Alright.
That was first critical. I was curious.
Mm-hmm.
So the gents are going to all in sequence attack.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 of them hit, doing a total of 17 damage. 2 of them pierce through the wing, leave a little tiny hole.
Mm-hmm.
Another one hits in the torso.
Mm-hmm.
Down there. So, and it is her turn.
Okay.
And she is going to swoop down to you guys. And I'll roll just to see. Just for shits. Yeah. She swoops down, opens up her gaping mouth, and grabs one of the hunting party.
Mm-hmm.
And flies by. And currently he is being held in her mouth, and she is flying away from you guys, and it is now your turn.
Alright. Gonna ready another bolt here.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 3.
Yeah, you missed. The sight of what you just had seen was one of the most gruesome things you have witnessed with your own 2 eyes thus far in your existence. You're kind of in shock right now.
Mm-hmm.
The
Can't even quite throw the bolt very well.
yeah, the gents go, and after seeing one of their comrades get picked up, only one of them miss. And they do some good damage. This thing's not looking good.
Alright.
On its turn, it kind of is not really happy, and it's currently about I'm gonna say 50 to 75 feet up in the air. So it's going to drop that person,
Mm-hmm.
and he just happens to land on a rock, breaking his spine and instantly dying. If he wasn't gonna die from the gaping chunk of his body missing from his torso.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to swoop back down. And roll a dex save.
D20 plus my dex.
Yep.
15.
Okay, you're fine. As it swoops down, it spreads out its wings, and you react in time to duck. But everybody else but Richtel wasn't so lucky, and they all basically got picked up by the wings and thrown back about 30 feet and are now prone, and it is currently you and Richtel standing there.
Shit. Alright. I'll load up another short spear here.
2 of the remaining hunting party are knocked unconscious. There's only 2 more that are you can see still moving.
Alright. Gonna line up this shot. Oop. And I'm gonna fucking throw it on the ground. I'm an adult.
What'd you roll?
A 5 plus 6, so 11.
11?
Mm-hmm.
That actually would hit.
Really?
It is very large. It's a
True.
very giant
True.
target.
Big
And
target.
I'm sorry, 3.5, especially when I'm modifying a creature on the fly. If it's one size category bigger, or
It's
more.
easier to hit.
Yep.
Yeah. Alright, so D12.
D12.
Plus my wisdom
Wisdom, yes.
4. So 14.
14. How do you want to do this?
I want to fucking get this thing where it's gonna take it right the fuck down. Right now.
So, alright. So, it just swooped over you.
Mm-hmm.
As you ducked, you were readying another spear.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're already getting in the swing of it.
Ooh, it's going over me. I'm gonna aim for its fucking heart coming up, hooking up under the rib cage.
And you do just that. And as your short spear pierces into the torso, you hear a loud pop. As on its way into the chest cavity, it punctures the lung. And it falls. And as it hits, you feel the thud vibration. Because you're so close. It's literally about... It's between you and the guys.
Well, that's down. I'm gonna run over and check out these guys that got knocked unconscious.
The guys that got knocked unconscious, you check on them, and they're okay. I mean, they took some damage, but it basically just knocked the wind out of them, so they were like just out for a round.
Alright, move around real quick, like this a few times, till I get a few rose petals flowing off my hair. You guys go.
So they look at these. What are we supposed to do with these?
Just eat it. Normally you'd make a tea, but I hope you feel a little better.
They look at each other. They slowly stick it in their mouth, and they're like, they feel a little bit better. No longer so like dazed from being knocked unconscious, a little bit more alert, able to actually be in combat. So, if need be. So, yeah. So, Richtl looks over at you and says, good job. Glad you were with us.
Honored to be here.
We should take a short rest and attend to any wounds we may have and harvest what we can.
What do you want to do with your friend over there?
Well, the cave where we keep our wine, Keel informed me that he requested that you do that. He also asked that watch your back a little bit, just in case. And so it's nearby.
Woo!
We should take a short rest and can get him on the way back.
Okay.
So, the men start basically gutting the kills and whatnot, and you see them pulling out of the pouch, like, and they're doing it so much over this short rest that, like, you think that there's like something magical going on here, but they are coating these kills in a dust.
Okay.
And after they gut them, they're coating it inside and out.
Was they just pulling the dust out of their packs?
Out of the pouch. They
Okay.
each have one on their belt.
What color's the dust?
It's white with a pink purplish hue.
Okay.
When the light catches it, though, it shimmers green.
Interesting. I kind of want to go over to the nearest couple of guys doing this and ask what they're doing.
We're preserving the kill.
What's that pretty dust you're putting on it?
I can't remember the name of it. It's a very complicated name. You'll have to ask Keel when we get back.
Is it magical? I've never seen anything like it before.
It's the best I know. It's native to this realm.
This place really has some fascinating properties. Huh? Is there any way I can help? I mean,
If
never really butchered anything before, but
well, are you talking to one of the guys that was knocked unconscious?
I don't know. I said I wanted to go up to the nearest couple of
We'll
people.
say one of them was there. If you had more of those rose petals, we all got knocked pretty hard when that thing came down.
Well, I always have some. Do you want to eat them, or would you like me to sit down and make you some tea?
Some tea would be wonderful.
Alright, I don't have many cups, but I suppose we can all share.
So you take the time to brew tea over a short rest.
Go make a little fire.
By the way, you are, after the short rest, level 2.
Yeah?
Yes.
Damn.
So,
Okay.
well, think about everything you did.
Mhm.
You took on one of these by yourself, one of the baby ones,
Mhm.
okay? Which is 50 XP.
Mm-hmm.
You assisted with the kill, and you did a really good portion, like good amount of damage to the broodmother.
Yeah?
And the broodmother, I was kind of treating like a challenge rating, like 1 or 2.
Good staff. Good staff.
So, yeah. Plus, I want you to, yeah. So I'm gonna give you. Do you want a little insight what happens after your short rest?
Well, so, you mean, like, storyline-wise, like, what we're going into?
Well, so
Not necessarily.
Richtel basically says while you're preparing the tea,
Mm-hmm.
take a short rest. They're gonna preserve the kills, and then you can we can head over to the cave.
Mm-hmm.
So as you're preparing the tea, okay, I'm gonna tell you what happens over this short rest.
Mm-hmm.
You become a spore druid. Next level, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
That's second level, yeah.
okay. So as you prepare the tea, and you have to set your staff down. You're pouring a cup, and
You're just smelling the nice,
Yeah.
pretty rose smell.
You start noticing little tiny spore-looking things starting to grow on your staff.
I keep an eye on it as I'm serving up tea, but as soon as I finish pouring cups, set the teapot down, I reach over my staff and touch where I see the spores growing.
And as you touch them, they start to spread, and in between them, moss starts growing up your staff and down your staff. And after you watch all this transpire, it kind of settles back, calms down. And in the deep cracks of the vein and stuff, you can see some moss and the occasional spore. Don't know what to make of it yet.
I need to learn more about what kind of magic is flowing through me. I know about druids, obviously, from the Feywild, but it's not like I've studied it.
So, we're gonna say that this short rest is gonna take 2 hours. Okay, now, after this short rest, it's still early in the day. Keep in mind, sun just broke over. Okay?
We'll
Well,
probably have a nibble with our tea.
yeah. While you're sitting there, and I assume you're keeping an eye on your staff, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like right beside me.
And were you a polite hostess and made everyone a cup of tea first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I have to make more than one pot of tea because it's a small pot and I don't have many cups.
Yep. So you, as you're sitting there enjoying a little nibble and your tea, you begin to hear a whisper.
Where's it coming from?
Best you can tell, anywhere and everywhere and nowhere all at once.
I'm going to close my eyes while I'm holding this cup of tea and put my other hand on my staff and just listen intently.
When you do that, before you go into any kind of trance, you feel the ground move in front of you. Your eyes are closed though. But you feel,
I'm trying to listen.
and you hear the rustling of the ground, and then it stops.
Gotta open my eyes and look at the guy in front of me.
There's a little tiny mushroom. Looks edible.
Little tiny mushroom?
Little tiny mushroom. Looks pretty tasty, actually.
What was it there a second ago? Gonna
Roll a perception check. By God, you better get high. What'd you roll?
rolled an 8 plus my
It's 14.
yeah.
14. Ooh, I'll give it to you on that one. You notice a slight shimmer of the lifelike vein.
In the mushroom. I'm gonna reach out. I've got my right hand on my staff that is on the ground next to me, and I'm assuming that mushroom's within reach. Going to reach my hand out that is still holding the cup of tea, and like kind of just gently touch the mushroom.
Kind of like wiggles a little bit, but doesn't shy away from the touch. Do you like pull your finger back? Like, do you go like that, or do you like?
The first time, yeah, I probably would have like gently touched it and pulled back. If it didn't like seem like that was problematic, I'd probably touch it again and try to like vibe with it.
It almost starts like nuzzling your finger.
Guess I'm gonna like I'll let go of my staff and set my teacup next to the mushroom and like get up on the ground.
Like really close to it.
Yeah.
You hear a faint voice coming from the mushroom. Can't quite make out what it's saying.
Kinda whisper back, hello?
You hear a really high-pitched but very low volume. Closer.
Let's get a little closer.
Now you can hear me. You should probably eat me.
This is weird. A mushroom is telling me to eat it. I'm in the middle of a fucking hunt. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess I'll try to just get away from everybody else if I start wigging out too bad. I hope I don't hurt you. I take the mushroom and I'm gonna eat it. Eat the talking mushroom.
As you pick up the mushroom and put it in your mouth, and you hesitate to bite down on this, like, living entity to you, you hear from inside your mouth, go ahead, chew and swallow.
Kind of very hesitantly chew and swallow. Swig of tea.
Yep.
Wash it down.
And you are very uncomfortably aware where this mushroom is in the moment that it is passing through your body, moment by moment. You can feel it in your throat, down your esophagus, hit your stomach. You feel it being digested. And after a few moments, you start to feel that familiar tingly magic feeling, but instead it's pulsing. You start to look around, and with your eyes closed, see the lifelight vein.
Whoa.
You are literally seeing essentially a veined version of your surroundings, of the native surroundings.
But with my eyes closed.
Yes.
I'm gonna look over in the direction of that big Pteranodon broodmother we just took down. Does that still have lifelines running through it?
Yes.
Okay. So even if they're dead.
You do see a condensed form where you would recognize as the heart.
Mm-hmm.
And
So kind of like got X-ray vision going on.
as you look at the heart, though, there's a very bright flash of light, and then darkness, and that is where we're gonna call it.
Alright. Shit. That was good. Yeah, we're playing again tomorrow.